think that's where we left off. Let's see. It is time. Let's get this started. Continue. What was our latest one? 2240. Looks like this is the last one we had. So it still says chapter 1. I thought we finished chapter 1 though. Maybe not. Oh, thank you so much for the lurk, Elby. I appreciate it. Okay, yeah, so this is when she had just been killed. We're actually still in the gymnasium, it looks like. So now we have to start asking some people what's going on. We can also check the body. I gently placed my hand on Junko's lifeless body. I touched her wrist to check for a pulse, like they do in movies and stuff, but she really is dead. There wasn't anything else to say. She was gone. I don't know why you even bothered to check. After those injuries and losing that much blood, frankly, I'd be shocked if she did survive something like that. Huh? Huh? Hold on. Wait, just wait a second. She's dead? Does that mean?
What?
That means everything that's happened so far is real? It's not a joke or whatever? It's really real? Yeah, this guy always was saying like, this isn't really happening. He's just kind of playing it off.
Let me out of here!
Hell no! Someone save me! Let me out of here! Somebody help me!
What's your problem?
You're just now accepting that? Finally, right?
Hey.
And this girl's always very quiet, calm, reserved, and seems to know something. I'm not sure what her deal is. And a fun fact, Danganronpa means truth bullet, which is what the gun chamber in the starting scene is referring to. Oh, that's really interesting. That's a really cool fact. Thank you. Yeah, getting shot with a truth bullet really hurts. Even if it's just metaphorical, you know, you get hit with some truth you didn't need to know or you didn't want to know. It can definitely hurt. And Yasuhiro is commonly just called Hiro. How about Kyoko? That's pretty short. I think Kyoko is fine. Before we start searching for Sayaka's killer, we need to decide what to do about securing the crime scene. What do you mean? You're thinking of putting someone on guard duty so nobody can disturb the area, aren't you? After all, if the culprit decides to destroy the evidence, we're pretty much screwed.
Hey.
In that case, I don't mind doing it. I don't like having to think anyway. His hair. It seriously does look like corn, doesn't it? I'll let you guys figure out who killed that chick. Okay, then we can let Mondo look after the scene. Well, no, we can't just leave him here alone.
What?
What? Why the hell not? He doesn't trust him,
Stop
huh?
talking.
Isn't it obvious? If you were the culprit, what's the first thing you would do? By volunteering for guard duty, you're in a position to destroy all the evidence you want. What? Fuck you, wait. Hold on. Is he talking about guarding this area? We already know he didn't kill her. Maybe he's talking about Sayaka?
So then...
Fine. Then I'll stay here on guard duty as well. That way there's no problem. This guy. 2-player co-op base defense with 2 of them. That's their stats. They're totally OP.
Huh.
Since we won't be able to help investigate, we're putting our faith in the rest of you.
But...
I'm still pretty freaked out, but I'll try. Dang. Creme. You don't think that looks like corn? Well, how would you describe that hairstyle? And Aoi, is that how you say that? Is usually called Hina because her last name is Asahina. And that's kind of interesting because, or is it Aoi? Is pretty much easy to say. I'm probably already butchering it. Oh, ramen hair. There you go, Krim. We can go with that. Being Japanese and all.
Huh?
Is this really happening?
Don't fuck with me.
Screw that piece of shit bear. So a lot of these people probably don't have too much to say.
What the heck?
I hate this, but still, we don't have a choice. We have to figure out who did it. Or else we're all dead.
Oh.
So you finally noticed.
What the crap?
Huh? Noticed what? I was looking through the Monokuma file we received and noticed something very obvious and very unusual.
Huh?
Huh? What are you talking about? Go ahead, take a look. Notice anything interesting about where Sayaka died? Oh crap. She died in Makoto's dorm. I can explain. So swimmer girl with the ponytail is Hina. Okay, I'll try to remember that. Really thick ramen noodles. Speaking of ramen, I had a homemade ramen last night with like the boiled egg and everything inside. So good. And he's a really good cook. What? She's right. Then, could it be? All at once, everyone's gaze turned to me. Hold on a second. You've got it all wrong. For one night, I traded rooms with her. I did it because she was afraid.
What the heck?
You expect us to believe that? Just tell us the truth. The look in everyone's eyes had done a complete 180 from just a few minutes earlier. The feeling of suspicion and fear had returned. In other words, you think I did it?
So then,
I mean, knowing John Cadia, I would think I did it too. Are we all done talking? We need to begin our investigation soon. At this point, we should split up. No, that's a terrible idea. And it's going to have a big plot-related joke about Mondo's hair looking like corn. Nice. Okay, good. I'm glad they actually realize it. We need to get to the bottom of this and find out who killed Sayaka. We'll have to collect clues to form a foundation and then construct an argument to come to a final decision. Okay, now maybe I'm wrong in interpreting this, but the point of the game that Bear has, you kill somebody, you get out, right? Like, besides the fact that you killed somebody, what's the downside? I mean, in a way, you're just free. Like, there should be no, I don't know how long it takes for you to get out, but there should be no, like, determining who did it. They would just be free. So, like, I wouldn't have to be worried about repercussions necessarily. I'm just going to get out of here. Of course, who knows what happens outside the world if they ever even discover all of this. But I wouldn't be worried about getting caught because the bear would let me free, right? You low-key want ramen right now? Ramen's so good. Yeah, so that is the... Oh, if you get caught, you are punished. Oh, I always thought if you kill somebody, you get let free. So there's no way you're going to get caught because you just get out of the house. Everyone else is still stuck there until last man standing, right? Okay, if we get this wrong...
so...
Well, do I really have to say any more?
Actually...
Here's where it turns into, like, Phoenix Wright. I'd rather you didn't, no.
Goodbye.
Everyone pray for good luck. With that, Kyoko hurried out of the gym.
Goodbye.
I'll be going too. And just like Kyoko, he was gone before we realized it. That's super shady. Oh yeah, I'm on guard duty, huh? I better head to the scene of the crime. Ah, that's right.
Hey, damn it.
Let me just say this right now. If whatever son of a bitch did this is here right now, and they're thinking of destroying that evidence,
You're fucking dead.
they'd better not let me find them. I'll skip the trial and cave their goddamn skull in myself. I'm serious. I will them up. Letting his deadly words hang in the air, he and Sakura ran off.
So,
And Metal Cat Gaming, how's it going? Mondo looks like a mix of Jotaro and Kuwabara. Oh man, I don't know enough anime or these style of games. That was just like right over my head. But welcome to the stream. So if you kill and get away with it, then everyone dies and you get freedom. But you'd have to kill everybody in that case, right, Krem? I guess I thought as soon as you kill somebody, you get out, but I guess that's not really the case. So when someone is killed, there are two possible scenarios. Either the culprit is caught and they die, or you fail to catch the culprit and everyone else dies while they walk free. Oh, for just one kill, Relentless. So I guess it's not like you get killed, you get let go. It's, you have to essentially kill everybody or kill somebody and survive to the very end. And not too bad. You got your lunch earlier. Oh, nice. What'd you have for lunch, dude? Oh, it's a JoJo reference. I know you're a big JoJo fan, Relentless. But, I mean, we're not detectives or anything, you know? And we're going to investigate a murder? How do we even know something like that?
anyway...
We don't really have to do anything in particular. We already know who killed Sakai. No, you don't. It wasn't me, I swear. Sheely, what's up, Sheely? Oh, you're on break right now. Nice. Oh, that sounds so good. Brisket and pork ribs? That's awesome. Uh, what are you implying?
This is very suspicious.
It was you. I'm telling you, it wasn't me. I wonder if I'd like befriended her if she wouldn't be doing this. Don't come any closer. Are you gonna kill me next?
So,
Well, I guess it wouldn't hurt to give it a shot. I'm not sure that Makoto's guilty yet. That's true. We may as well at least check just to check. Even if I wanted to, I couldn't help investigate. Wait, why not? I'm not good with blood. All it takes is one glimpse and I black out.
Oh, yeah?
Well, whatever. I don't think anyone is expecting much from you anyway. She's like done nothing. Like, people don't even want to invite her to things. And Jada, welcome back, Jada. Good morning. Yeah, I'm going to find out the hard way, right, Krem? And it's good. Oh, a food truck is over at the local microbrewery, so you grab some. Oh, food trucks could be so good. Actually, there's one food truck that did like burgers and that kind of stuff around us. They actually ended up opening a restaurant because they were so popular. They still have the food truck for like catering kind of stuff, but now they also have a real sit-down restaurant, which is cool. Wait, don't go yet. You have to hear me out. Come on. But it was pointless. Everyone had already left. So they left me alone when they think I'm the killer? Is that a smart move? And their parting looks at me still had been filled with suspicion. Oh, it's Easter for you right now, Jada. Do you have any fun Easter plans? I think we're going to go visit my in-laws, and I think we're going to have lunch or dinner or something with them. Does everyone really think I'm the killer? How did it turn out like this? Seriously, they've got it all wrong. Why do they have to suspect me? I have to do something. Otherwise, everyone will...
Execution is execution. Execution!
Are you defining a word by itself?
Electric chair. Bzz, bzz, poison gas. Torn apart like a paper plane in a hurricane.
Sounds like fun. I can't let that happen. I can't let things turn out the way Monokuma wants. All I have to do is find out who really did it. Who really killed Sayaka. So we're essentially guilty until proven innocent, right? Yeah, he is super evil. Although he's like really friendly and helpful too. It's hard to put an actual like beat on that guy. It's weird. I guess I should look through the Monokuma file we got before. The victim was Sayaka Maizano. The time of death is estimated to be around 1:30 a.m. The body was discovered in Makoto's room in the dormitory. This is really nice that, you know, we get these like reports. Essentially, they're doing half the work for us. All evidence suggests that the death took place in the bathroom. The cause of death was a stab wound to the abdomen. There was also an injury to her right wrist. Specifically, the wrist appears to have suffered a fracture. We have no choice but to push forward if we want to find out what happened. Just a little guy that likes murder, that's all. He doesn't necessarily want to do it himself, although he kind of did kill Junko. At least he caused what happened. Somehow, I have to find out the truth, so that we can all survive. And for Sayaka. I have to find out how she was killed. That's a bummer because she was one of my favorite characters so far. Oh, you have a good one, Ellaby. Have a happy Easter. If I don't see you before then, take care. Just a little round bear guy. He's kind of the mascot of the whole game series, isn't he? All right, Monokuma File 1 has been added to the truth bullets. There's that phrase again. Okay, I don't think I can get anything more from her. Oh, wait, is there some kind of color coding based on what I've looked at and what I haven't? Like the blue I have looked at and the pink I have not? It seems like that way. Can't tell. Been a long time, can't tell. How are you doing? This is an interesting choice, John. Now I have to hang out in the archives again. Sorry. Actually, this is a request from Sheely. Actually requested this game. Very sus, right? He's aware of how cute and fluffy he is. You know, there was some anime my friends had me watch a long time ago called Excel Saga. Have you guys ever heard of it? It's really weird. But it had these cute little teddy bear guys that they would like kind of lull you into, thinking how cute and fluffy and nice they were. And you just couldn't help but adore over them. And then they would kill you. Kind of reminds me of this guy. It is definitely more anime with what I'm used to. But with the whole, you know, idea around murder, Cantil, I think it works out pretty well. Oh, have you been playing it too, Metal Cat? That's awesome. Yes, it's like the most random show I've ever seen, Metal Cat. But I enjoyed it. It's just so goofy. It's hilarious. No way. I seriously don't want to die here.
Help me!
I'm begging you, God, Buddha, Mother Earth, God of Space, King Neptune, help me. I don't care who it is, just get me out of here. He sounds like Will Ferrell in that Talladega Nights. Help me, baby Jesus, help me, Tom Cruise. Hero doesn't seem prepared to do any kind of investigating right now. No. And how about her? Aren't you going to help investigate, Chihiro? But I can't leave Junko here. I feel sorry for her. I have to stay with her. That's kind of shady. I mean, why do you have to stay with a corpse? We kind of have more important things to do, right? Let's see. What is this over here? Is this another camera? Can't quite tell. Yeah, it's a camera. Someone's spying on us with that camera. But who is it and what for? Oh, definitely can't tell. It reminds me of Ace Attorney a little bit that we streamed a long time ago. Yeah, they just leave her there. Leave the gym? Yes. Yeah, she's just marinating in case they run out of food. Oh, do you have it on DVD? You know, Metal Cat, I would not be surprised if that series was never upgraded from DVD. That might still be the only way to play it, really. Inside the display case are trophies and other items. That's where we got the sword. Okay, I think we can leave this place. Leave the area? Yes. Sorry, Sheely. Jeez. Just saying it's not the most productive use of her time. Maybe they were good friends. I don't know. First of all, I should head to the scene of the crime, my room. We won't make any progress without investigating there. They're going to think I'm going there to destroy evidence, won't they? So I headed to my room, where Sayaka's corpse still remained. Chihiro seems really nice. She's the one that apologizes for like everything profusely, right? I'd better examine the state of my room a little closer. That might reveal something new. Okay, what do we have to look at? Oh my god! Okay, let's look at the sword. This is the replica sword I brought back for self-defense. Does this mean it was used in the attack somehow? It's just decorating. Honestly, sometimes my rooms look like that. It could be messy from time to time. And plus, the sword's been taken out, so it's just the sheath, but... Huh? There's some scratches on the sheath. They must have been made with something sharp. Maybe the sword was hitting the sheath? Maybe somebody had just the sheath for self-defense? But how'd the sheath get scratched up in the first place? Even if someone used the sword during the struggle, it doesn't make sense for the sheath to be damaged. I mean, if you're going to attack someone with a sword, the first thing you do is unsheath it. A heavy sheath like this would only get in the way. It could just slide off in the middle of a fight. So why are the scratches on the sheath? I like how it says, nice, like I just discovered something good. Yeah, that's a bonk, Relentless. That is a bonk. She seems pretty cool, though. Replica sword sheath has been added to the truth bullets. So truth bullets, I'm guessing, are going to be like clues we can use in investigation. Like Ace Attorney style. Dear Lord. Oh, here's the sword. This is the replica sword I brought back for self-defense. I picked, I think there was like 2 difficulties to choose, can't tell. I just picked the medium one for both of them. Does this mean it was used in the attack somehow? And plus, it's been taken out of its sheath. I hadn't actually looked at the blade itself till now. I shouldn't be surprised it's coated in gold too. On top of that, some of the gold coating has come off of parts of the blade and the handle. Yeah, the handle especially is missing a lot of the coating. I remember the coating sticks to you even if you just touch a little bit. Oh, we should check everybody's hands. If somebody has gold hands, they use a sword, right? The replica sword has been added to truth bullets. Now, do I ever need to, like, check things multiple times? I mean, oftentimes I just want to move on to the next object, but certain adventure games, you have to check an item 2, 3, 4 times until the game gives you everything you need to get. I'm hoping that's not the case here. There's a key on the ground. It has my name on it, so this must be my room key. If I remember correctly. Ah, that's right. We'll have to trade keys. When we switched rooms, we switched keys too. So Sayaka would have had the key here in my room the entire time. But wait, if that's true, then how did the killer get into the room in the first place? She had to have opened the door. Could Sayaka have forgotten to lock the door? No, that seems impossible. The saying goes for you, Sayaka. No matter who it is, don't open the door for anyone, or somebody could have just kicked it in. I guess we should check the door for damage. Even if I'm sure it's you, I absolutely won't open it. Otherwise, what's the point of even switching? After saying that, there's no way she would have forgotten to lock it, or open it for any reason. Very sus, Jada. Well, maybe she dropped the key somewhere, and someone else grabbed it or something. No, that's not possible either. Sayaka was in here when we switched rooms. And with how scared she was, she wouldn't have gone walking around. She couldn't have dropped it. So how did the killer... Switching rooms has added to truth bullets. Hey, we're finding all kinds of clues. Let's see, generally you don't have to check stuff twice. That's good. Oh, that could save so much time. And just check everything once, Krem? Nice. And sometimes the game will let you progress from a room if you haven't found everything, so it shouldn't be a big issue if I recall. That happened to me in Ace Attorney, a little bit too much. So if I get like stuck in like a loop, I'll definitely ask you guys just to save time. Like, what am I missing, guys? There's probably one object I just didn't check. There's the Lint Roller. Huh. Looking at the Lint Roller, it looks like there's way less than there was before. Did Sayaka see how dirty my room was and decided to clean up a little bit? Does anybody use a lint roller to clean a room? I've only ever cleaned clothing with a lint roller. I don't know, maybe I'm weird. The toolkit is still inside the drawer. I don't see any evidence it's been used at all. Which makes sense, I guess. It's mine, and I haven't had any reason to open it. I can't even imagine a situation where I need a toolkit like this.
Yo.
Yeah, seriously. Oh, Mondo.
What?
We ain't exactly in the mood to be building f***ing furniture, right? So you haven't used yours either, then?
What?
Not just me.
What?
Nobody's busted theirs out yet, as far as I know. Actually, we were talking about it yesterday.
By the way,
None of the guys have opened their toolkits yet, because, like, why the hell would we? Alright, that's another clue, though. That's good. And Makoto will be like, I need to investigate this room before I leave or something. Oh, thank goodness, Relentless. I love that. It's a very nice quality of life thing to keep me from exploring the whole school, looking for one object in a room I've already been in. And it's not like Ace Attorney. What do I do? Better go between 10 locations and hope for... Can't tell. I mean, that was a fun game, but that did drive me a little bit crazy. I must have spent, during my playthrough, at least 5 hours just wandering around waiting for something to pop up, you know? Hey, Michael, what's going on, dude? Welcome. Yeah, nobody's busted theirs out yet. Oh, busting makes me feel good. The notepad is still there, but I don't think it's relevant right now. Let's see here. What is this? Can't even tell when. Oh, that was like the holder for the sword. It's the display stand the sword was on. And there's like scratch marks on the wall. There are scratches and gouges on my wall and bed. Is that evidence of a struggle? It looks like there must have been some kind of fight in my room. Damn it. I was right in the other room. If only I'd heard something.
Wait.
That would not have been possible. Huh?
Huh.
Don't you remember? All our rooms are completely soundproof. So, something could happen in the room right next to you, and there's no way you could know. I remember the bear mentioning that.
Well.
Perhaps this was another of Monokuma's strategies, creating an ideal setting for murder. Sweet, another truth bullet. I like that. So, Michael, we just remember at the very end of the last stream that character got, hey, Christian, what's going on, Christian? Thanks for the raid. How are you doing? What were you streaming, dude? doing some WWE 2K22. I heard that game is actually not too bad. Like, I don't really play those wrestling games, but the year before or 2 years ago, it was like a dumpster fire of how bad that wrestling game was. And I heard the new one, they've actually done really good. They probably gave it to a different developer or something. Thank you for the raid, Christian. It's good to see you. What was I talking about? Yeah, truly the most mysterious and convenient power, right? I wish I had that power in real life. Okay, so there's more scratches on the floor. Oh, I think this is the same thing. Nice, you can hold the B button and just like pass through everything. Oh, you have it as well, Michael. That's awesome. Am I correct in thinking like the last year one or the one before was like absolutely terrible? Gosh, there's so many things. Okay, we should probably talk to everybody here too. Oh, an old school one, W2K13. You know, the last wrestling game I remember playing on was for the N64. That one had some really good wrestling games. Hey, Kyoko. I quietly called her name while she was investigating the area, but... Oh, what did she find?
What are you doing? Isn't it obvious?
No, not really.
I'm searching.
Searching?
She was down on her knees, carefully inspecting every inch of my room.
Did you lose a contact or something?
I don't know what she's doing exactly, but she seems to be concentrating pretty hard on it. But a few seconds later, she suddenly stood up straight and said, "Are you a clean freak?" No, I don't think so, but what? Nodding, she glanced around my room one more time.
I see.
Interesting. What's interesting?
Hey.
Just as I suspected, there's something very unusual about your room. We did see that the Lint Roller had like been used a lot, so that's probably what it was. Yes, that's what I was thinking of, all the different glitches in the last wrestling game. So you played WWF games in the early 90s, and as a very small child practiced the good old button mashing when remembering combos too complex for your little mind. Heck yes, Cantel. I used to love wrestling games back then. The best one, in my opinion, like the old school games, is it called Russell? I think it's called WrestleFest. It was an arcade game, but the characters were so huge and had great sound and graphics. It was so much fun, and you could play it 4 players. Unusual? What do you mean?
So...
I've searched your room floor from one corner to another, and I didn't find one single strand of hair. Really? It sounds like somebody cleaning up evidence, honestly.
Indeed.
Not one hair from the victim, and not one hair from you, even though you've been living here. You know, now that you mention it, I noticed something while I was looking around before. It looked like the lint roller in my room had been used, but I never touched it. Someone could have used it to...
I see.
Very interesting. Your room didn't have a single hair in it, and someone used your lint roller without your knowledge. In other words, someone other than you came in and scrubbed your room clean. I like that she's taking me at my word. She's not treating me like a suspect right now. Was it Sayaka or the killer?
Well,
that's the question, isn't it? Nice. Another truth bullet. Yeah, I don't really understand that reaction relentless. It just seems like another dialogue option, essentially. Just like, and there was one time when there was like 5 or 6 reactions to do, and I had to go through the same dialogue like 5 times just to exhaust all the options. Definitely seemed counterintuitive. Oh, the PS1. Was there any great wrestling games on the PS1, Michael? I don't think I ever played any. Except for that one, there's a WWF game that was like the arcade game, where everyone was like digital graphics, kind of like Mortal Kombat. I remember playing that one. That one wasn't really a wrestling game. It was more of a fighting game. You know, I realized something while I was on guard duty. The killer could have already destroyed some evidence, right? Before anyone found the body, I mean. There's a trash room here in the dorms, right? They could have tossed some stuff in there. Yeah, that's definitely possible.
You son of a bitch!
This guy, that dirty bastard.
Shit.
Anyone who raises their hand to a woman is scum that deserves death. That's what my brother taught me.
You're fucking dead.
So if I ever find the son of a bitch that did this, I'm gonna pound his goddamn face in. But what if it was a girl that did it? That puts it in a different perspective.
Yo.
That'll get sorted out when the time comes. He's not tossing that idea out the window. Sakura, do you think I'm guilty too?
Hey.
I try not to make assumptions like that. I simply don't know whether or not you did this. Whatever decision the rest of you come up with, I will follow your lead. I see. Can I check the bathroom door? It looks like I can. There we go. The bathroom. And on the other side of this door. Yep, there she is. No, I can't let it get to me. I can't afford to freeze up now. Forcing myself to push my panic down, I stepped into the bathroom. And we got to go in there to do more investigation, right? And Sheila, you remember played this one more than 2. And you think the only games you played on PS1 were Dragon Tales and Rayman. Rayman was so good. Even the new ones they came out with, like on the Wii U and PS3, those ones were great too. It's been so long, right, Michael? And you tend to mix up which games you played that were on PS1 or early PS2. You know, a lot of times you would play more like when a new generation of games comes out, you would play the old generation more than the new one, right? Like, I know that happens to me. When the PS5 comes out, I'm still busy playing PS4 games. I'd play them on the PS5. Oof. It was somebody with a butcher knife in the bathroom if we were playing Clue. Looking at her made it painfully clear it wasn't a dream or an illusion. She had lost everything that made her her. Sayaka. All at once, I was overcome with dizziness, nausea, the urge to burst into tears. But I can't hesitate now. Why? Why did Sayaka have to die? I have to uncover the truth. I have to find out what happened. I wanted to give up. I wanted to collapse. But that thought held me up and supported me. All right, let's investigate in here. I only have 2 things to look at. Looks like there's words down here, maybe. I'm not sure. That's the perfect quote for this, Relentless. And yes, we are going to touch the body. 100%. Oh, I loved Final Fantasy 7 through 9 on there. I didn't do it, Michael. I swear I didn't do it. We traded rooms. I came back. She was like this. I promise it wasn't me. Unless we are like one of those weird, kind of like crazy characters that you can't trust, in which case maybe we did, and I just don't know yet. I told myself I simply couldn't face what I saw, but now's no time to think like that. I pulled out the Monokuma file to verify what it said about her body. Oof. Some sort of sharp object had been thrust into her stomach. That must have been the killing blow. But whatever they used to kill her, where'd they get it? That's definitely something I should look into later. A butcher knife. Kitchen, right? Also, according to the Monokuma file, Sayaka's right wrist is broken. Her wrist does look swollen and bloody, that's for sure. But there's something sort of glittery on their wrist. Oh, maybe she was hit with the sheath. Because a sword, although maybe it wasn't sharp, I guess I could still break her wrist. You think that would cut more than break. Right there, where her wrist is all swollen, there's something glittery. That definitely concerns me. Another thing that concerns me is... there's some blood on her left index finger, but that's it. The palms of both her hands are totally spotless, so how come it's only her left finger? Because she was writing something on the wall right behind you. Right behind her. Alright, more truth bullets. The stab wound in her stomach is what killed her, so when she broke her wrist, that must have happened earlier on. I mean, how would her wrist get broken after she'd already been killed? So it's very possible she broke her wrist during the struggle. The killer attacked Sayaka in the main room, which is when her wrist got broken. After that, the killer cornered her in the bathroom, where they inflicted the deadly wound. Yeah, what is this written down here? And since it was backwards compatible, you played most games on PS2 after we got one, and I think it even upgraded them a little bit too. You did have one of those gray PS1s, the Final Fantasy ones. Oh yes, I still have all my old consoles too, except for I sold my Dreamcast, which I regret, and I also sold my N64, but I still have one. I have my little brother's, so I'm not without that console. I just unfortunately sold mine. And most games we played as a kid before 360 came out were educational games. A lot of us did that, Sheely, for sure. You made your mom teach you how to do math and stuff before kindergarten just so you could play those games. Oh, that's so cute. I remember the first games I played in school was Oregon Trail, and I think a game called Math Munchers or something like that. We always played those in the computer lab. And you always love it when you spot something before the main character, and you're like, what could have happened? You're like, it's right there, dude, come on. I looked past Sayaka to the wall behind her, and there I saw... What? Okay, what does that say? Is that R-E-O-N? I'm not quite sure. It looks like it's almost written backwards. Or it could be 11037. It could be a number. Maybe it's a number. Yeah, 11037. Did Sayaka do this? I think that's all the clues here. Unless we can look up. Ah, the shower head. Oh man, Oregon Trail was everywhere, Cantel. I mean, I moved around a lot as a kid, and I think every school I went to, they had Oregon Trail. Although, I don't know that it was super educational. You learned some places playing Oregon Trail, but the funnest thing was like hunting. You would kill 5,000 tons of meat, you know, killing all these animals, and you take like 200 pounds because that's all you could take. You were so wasteful in that game. And then the funnest part was when you died, you got to like name the characters. So you would give them, of course, completely inappropriate names. And then when your game was over and somebody else played, whenever they reached the places where your characters died along the trail, they could look at the gravestones. And it would say like, here lies, and then some terrible word. And then the teachers were like, who did that? It was so much fun. The water for the showers got turned off at nighttime. Oh, that's right. You can't use showers at a certain point. Which is weird. I don't know what that's all about. Oh, they had a Tarzan game on there? That's pretty sweet. I would assume that would have been an educational game too. There was tons of Disney educational games back then.
It would seem...
It looks like you found it, right, Makoto? The bloody numbers? That's most likely Sayaka's dying message. Okay, let's check this. I've never seen something written in blood before. It really was her final message. It's as if she wrote it with life itself.
Right.
Do you often talk like an aspiring poet? But the numbers she wrote, what do they mean? 11037. I have no idea what that could possibly mean.
So...
The way she wrote the numbers makes me think she wanted to use her body to block them. If she wrote them in that location while she was sitting the way we found her, it means she must have wrote them by turning only her hand toward the wall. If you were to write something in that position, do you know what the result would be? The result?
Well...
Think about it. You're not going to tell me?
Makoto.
You need to uncover the mystery of this case yourself. Otherwise, the case will end and you'll remain unconvinced. I have no idea what you're trying to say, but it's obvious you're not going to tell me. Dying message. It sounds like Kyoko knows what Sayaka's dying message means. But honestly, I have no idea. Oh, I know who I should talk to. When it comes to numbers, who better to ask than the ultimate programmer?
Makoto.
There's one thing I wanted to ask you about. Do you know how the door to your bathroom got broken? Broken? Oh, you mean how it gets stuck?
What?
Gets stuck? Yeah, I guess I'm the only one, but the door doesn't fit in the frame quite right. When I first tried to use it, I thought it was just locked. But once you learn the trick, it opens no problem. Another truth bullet, man, we have a lot of these. Let's see, you were playing Your Turn to Die Relentless, which is a game very similar to this, and you figured out the solution to the mystery way before the characters did. Every time they wonder what could have happened, it's obvious. Oh my goodness, that's funny. And it's a free game too. Oh, that's great. And those numbers could also be written backwards if you ask me. That's very true, Michael, very true. Because yeah, that 3 looked like it was, no, I was thinking it was an E, so it does look like a 3, I guess.
Correct.
I was going to say, if there was like a mirror or a reflection in the glass, that could mean it was like backwards too, but I don't think that's the case. It's like, if she was up against there and she just turned around and was writing it, she would have had to have written that backwards, or it would have been easier to write backwards, I guess. So the door doesn't quite fit in the frame, huh? But actually, I'm referring to the broken doorknob. Huh? The doorknob?
That's right.
You didn't notice? Well, just try closing the bathroom door. I'm sure you'll see right away what I'm talking about. I did what Kyoko said and shut the bathroom door. Oh yeah, it's like sideways. Look at that. Huh. The doorknob. Now am I supposed to do it again? What the heck? The doorknob practically is about... The doorknobs are practically about to fall off. Why is it like this?
It would seem...
Someone must have used a screwdriver or something similar to unscrew it, which means see who's used their toolbox, right? Whatever it was, it's obvious this was intentional. What? It was intentional? Why would someone want to do that?
So...
I guess maybe they were trying to get the door unlocked and ended up breaking the whole thing. But my bathroom doesn't have a lock on it. Only the girls' bathroom can lock, right? She stood there for a while, lost in thought. Then, apparently struck with a sudden realization, she shot a question at me.
Just a second.
I just have one more question for you. You mentioned earlier that your bathroom door would get stuck, right? Did you tell anyone about that? Well, I did tell Sayaka about it last night when we switched rooms. So what you're saying is, only you and Sayaka knew about it. Interesting. She had the slightest hint of a smirk on her face. I got the sense that she was really starting to get into all this.
I see.
Then that clears that up. Huh? What clears what up? I'm so lost.
Goodbye.
Well, see you later. She's like, she wants to figure it out on herself, not work together. So my guess is that Sayaka, knowing the door would be stuck, ran in there to hide. And the killer had to use a screwdriver to get in there because they thought it was locked rather than you had to lift up, you know? They didn't know the trick. And you like to think Kyoko spends this time smugly going, this is obvious. Why can none of you idiots keep up with me? That's exactly what she sounds like. Another truth bullet. I still don't really understand any of this, but I've already given my room a good once over. Maybe I should look around somewhere else. I should start looking into somewhere the murder weapon might have come from, and also, I should look into the DVD Sayaka got. With Sayaka dead, I have no choice but to see for myself what was in that video. And on top of that, I'm sure there are some other areas worth checking out too. Maybe I should see what everyone else thinks. If they'll even talk to me, that is. Yeah, because everyone thinks you're guilty. Okay, I think that was pretty much everything in here for the most part, so I think we can get out of here. So we want to maybe go to her room, we need to get her DVD, and go look for where the murder weapon might have come from. And the trash room, I think. We should probably check the trash room. Huh. This is definitely my room, but the nameplate has Sayaka's name on it. That's really weird. So, does that mean Sayaka's room, which is right here, has my name on it? Yeah. Huh. This is Sayaka's room, right? But the nameplate has my name on it. The nameplates on my room and Sayaka's room were switched? So all that effort put into switching rooms without anyone knowing was totally pointless. But why would anyone do that? Hey, new truth bullet. Can we go in here? There we go. Hey, welcome back, Jada. Let's see. And that's the game clearly giving you investigation portions, some direction, which is good. I love that. I love that so much. Although, is there a way to review that information? Let's see here. Like, I don't know if there's like a list of like key things we should be looking for right now. Would be nice, but I don't think so. I guess you can look at all your evidence and kind of check that out, but it maybe doesn't tell you exactly what was last said. Oh, we should check the tools in this room. Sayaka. No, I can't get myself depressed again. I need to search for clues. All that's in here is a sewing kit and an organ map. No useful clues. An organ map? What? Like a map of the human body? What is an organ map? Sayaka. Nothing there. How about the trash can? There can only be one thing in the trash can. Yep, the DVD with Sayaka's name on it. Sayaka got really upset after seeing what was in that video. I wonder, what did she see? It might not be directly related to the case, but it might be worth checking out anyway. And maybe mixing it up with the other VNs. Oh, the dialogue log. That's true. That would probably be the best way to get that information. Yeah, it's almost like, or maybe that's just part of the rules too, Michael. The bear wants to make sure everybody knows where everybody's sleeping at all times. They can't cheat the system. I'm sorry, Sayaka. I need to borrow this DVD. I don't think she'll mind. Sayaka. He's repeating that. I think that's it. So now let's go check maybe the trash room. I think that's not too far from here. And also the DVD. We could talk to some people too.
Very strange. Mr. Naegi, what was Miss Maizano doing in your room? Let me just say this.
Most suspicious.
I absolutely will not allow you to dispose of any evidence in the trash room.
Do you really think I'm guilty? Okay, so he might actually stop me from going into the trash room. Oh, there is a log button? Let's see. Transcript. There it is. Oh, that's perfect. I love it. You know, I'm really loving that game, Elden Ring, but the one thing I wish that game did, at the very least, because I love how open the game is and how it doesn't really show you very much, but I really wish Elden Ring would have some kind of log of every character you talk to. I don't want like a quest log that tells me where to go, but just a log of old dialogue. That'd be great. Therapy Android, how are you doing, Therapy? It's good to see you. What is new? How is your weekend going so far? Actually, for you, it's almost Easter, isn't it? For some of you guys, it is already Easter. Was this a trash room? No, this is the girls' bathroom. I think there's a trash room around here. Here it is. I don't want to dispose of anything. I just want to see if somebody else disposed of something. Oh, it's locked up. I think what we're going to have to do is get some kind of bolt cutters to get in there. We've actually already seen that before. Okay, so I'm going to go to the DVD room, and we also need to maybe check out the kitchen. Let's check out the kitchen because it's right here, and see if we can tell where the murder weapon might have come from. Yeah, now it's time for good old egg hunting. Okay, well, she's already in here. Maybe she has seen something. Hina, are you investigating the dining hall? Oh, no. I'm just taking a break. Actually, I've been taking a break since we started. This is all a first for me, you know? I don't have a clue what I should be doing. I know what you mean. And I don't know why, but being in the dining hall helps keep me calm. So, I know I shouldn't, but I've just been kind of hanging around here. To tell the truth, I was doing the same thing last night when Sayaka was killed. That sounds weird. Alright. What is this? Oh, we can go back here. Nice. I've never actually been back here. See, this is where I assume the butcher knife came from. Oh, right here. Aha! There are all kinds of kitchen knives here, big to small, but it looks like one of them is missing. Was it missing from the very beginning? Or I better see if anyone knows more about it. If Hina was already in the room just hanging out there, especially when she got this Sayaka got killed, she might have seen somebody come and go from here, right? And Therapy, this game's really cool so far. It's very Japanese, very anime, but it's got lots of death, which is a staple here at John K. 2 characters have already died. I don't think they were my fault. I think they would have happened regardless of what I did, but we're investigating that right now. This game, it's kind of like a weird game show kind of thing, where everybody's trapped in the school, and the only way to get out is to murder everybody else, essentially. So, of course, that's going to happen. Weeb, how's it going, Weeb? Good to see you. Auto-tune? Hold on. Let me get a drink of water. Not that I need it for this, but I just need to hydrate. You know, auto-tuning probably works well with the soundtrack of this game. And bam. Just testing this out. Okay, good. It's working. We're good. And can't tell who knows this game. Just so I have an idea in chat. I know we're letting this dance. Wait, who knows this game? Oh, you mean who else has played it? I gotcha. No, I need to turn ASMR back on though, Krim. I'm going to do a little bit more testing, but I think I've updated my settings, so ASMR should work again. When I upgraded to this new microphone, it was kind of cutting out because it got so quiet, but I think we can turn it back on. And Fame Life, how you doing? Welcome to the stream. It's a really neat game so far. Hey, that's another truth bullet. Sweet. How about, I can't look at that note. The camera would have caught whoever came in here as well. I wish we could look at the security footage. There's a surveillance camera in the kitchen too. Knowing Monokuma could be watching me, there's no way I could concentrate on cooking anything. Krem, turn it back on. Goodness, haven't turned off. Well, I just turned it off because it stopped working. So I didn't want people to spend their hard-earned tokens and not be able to use it. Marbled meats, salted meats. Now's no time to be thinking about food. I don't know. Oh, we got a new item. I think every time's a good time to be thinking about food. It does make it sound a little happier, doesn't it? Oh, I'll have to listen to that therapy. I haven't gone and listened to what all my auto-tuning when I'm just talking sounds like. I bet the laughter sounds weird. Okay, I bet she knows who came in and out of here. Hey, so did you notice that one of the kitchen knives is missing from the dining hall?
Yeah, totally.
Yeah, weird, huh? I thought it was kind of strange, a knife just suddenly disappearing like that.
Oh, so it wasn't missing from the beginning?
That's right.
Nope, last I remember, they were all lined up in a nice, neat row.
So when did you notice one of them had disappeared?
Well, I went to go get some tea from the kitchen last night, and all the knives were still there. But when I finished my tea, I went back into the kitchen to wash my glass. One of the knives was gone.
So you were saying the knife disappeared while you were drinking your tea in the dining hall?
Yeah,
In other words, you were right there in the dining hall when someone came and took it. Then you should be able to say for sure, you can tell everyone I didn't come into the dining hall last night, which proves I didn't take it. There we go. We got an alibi. We got a witness.
Hey, by the way,
Did you really kill Sayaka? Didn't I just say that we didn't have the knife and you can prove it? What? Of course not. I would never. Ina, do you really think I murdered her?
well, she was killed in your room, right? So, I mean, you guys were supposed to be friends, right? But you still killed her.
What the heck?
On the other hand, two people becoming good friends, then one killing the other, is a classic drama setup.
So when you consider everything together,
I honestly have no idea.
she's not helping at all. Hold on. We just need to ask her, can you tell me who went in there during the time you got your tea and the time you, the knife was missing, right? You know, I didn't go in there, so come on. Feign life, I have no idea who it could be right now. Actually, I thought Sakaya was going to be like one of the main characters throughout the entire game. That didn't happen. That didn't happen at all. Yeah, right, Relez. They're not going to let me look at that surveillance footage. That'd be way too easy. You know what that hair reminds me of? The gravity-defying hair. There's something about Mary. Have you guys seen that movie? It makes me think of that. Oh, I'm glad the auto-tune enhances the dialogue. I bet there's nothing else we can really look at here. There's the clock. I wonder if there's a time limit on the investigation. That doesn't matter. Either way, I need to move as fast as I can. Oh, do you have to go, Sheely? You were lurking, but there's no service on the dairy cooler you're working. Oh, see you later, Sheely. Sheely, good luck with work. Okay, let's get out of here. So I guess the next thing we're gonna do is go check out the DVD, right? I'm gonna try to play this game fast. I'm not gonna skip things, but I'm not gonna try to do everything extra I possibly can, because even though it's a longer game than I usually stream, I think if I try to mainline it, we could potentially actually finish this game in like 6 streams. Here's the AV room. Let's go here.
I think we just use it right here, right? I should be able to use this to see what's on the DVD. The DVD that Sayaka threw in the garbage. I sat down in front of the screen and put the DVD in the player. Oh, bye-bye, auto-tune. You can do it again, but there is a bit of a cooldown. You know, well, that's what I usually do, Krim. I actually forgot to do that. Although, honestly, 99.9% of the time, every game gets requested to play to completion. But the main thing is, I just don't want to be, and this is my choice, this is more of me, how I choose to run the stream. I don't want to play games that are going to take me a month or two to beat, because it becomes kind of alienating from people that haven't been able to regularly watch the stream. Because a lot of the games that I play, I can beat in around 3 to 6 streams. So if you miss a stream or two, it's easy to catch up. But like, if you've been gone for a month and you come back and you've missed like, 10, 12 streams and we're still working on the same game, it's like almost impossible for me to catch people up. So it's more of a personal choice. I kind of like the quicker shows rather than like, hey, let's watch this anime series that has 400 episodes and you're going to jump in at episode 200. Instead, we're kind of more like watching mini series that have like 6 or 10 episodes, and it's easy to kind of catch people up on it. Okay, so we pushed play and the screen was dark for a few seconds, but then probably not. We would tell them we might have to go a little bit over, but if I do try to go quick, I think we can get pretty close. An image slowly appeared. It looked like some kind of concert. So here's her DVD. And standing on stage, front and center, was a face I recognized all too well, Sayaka. She was there, along with the friends she said had been so important to her. She was positively glowing there in front of the crowd, so full of life. Seeing that image made it even harder to accept that she was dead. My vision started to blur and darken, and then that voice I'd come to despise so much began to float out of the speakers.
Sayaka Maizono, the ultimate pop sensation, lead singer for a world-famous all-girl pop band. For these girls, the glowing spotlight only made them that much more beautiful. But then...
Suddenly, the screen went dark. And in the next moment, I saw something I could hardly believe. What the? Sayaka had disappeared from the stage, which was now in ruins. But what I noticed even more than that was the figures of the other girls who had all simply collapsed. Oh, I didn't even see them on the bottom of the screen. Yeah, there's corpses right there. How did I miss that? We'll have to time the next one, can't tell. And the game should be fine for that. To be honest, you don't have to 100% the game as such. You generally think it's a good fit for you and cool to see you play. Oh, that's good, can't tell. Yeah, some games I think are great that would just work well on stream. Other ones, even though they're games I would love to play off stream, maybe don't work that well on stream.
This ultra-successful team suddenly fell apart.
Are they dead or are they just like knocked out?
None of them will ever perform on stage again.
Oh, they're dead.
None of them will ever feel the warmth of the spotlight. For Sayaka, there's simply nowhere for her to return to.
It's just so commonplace, Krem. I don't even notice.
So here's the billion-dollar question. What, oh what, could have caused the group to go to pieces?
They're just napping. Have you guys seen those college humor videos that kind of make fun of Batman? Like the Christopher Nolan Batman series? There's one really funny episode where Batman doesn't understand what death is. He always thinks he's just like knocking people out and putting them to sleep. There's even one scene where he like shoots somebody and he's like, nap time or something like that. And Commissioner Gordon's like, no, Batman, you're murdering these people. It's so funny. Without warning, the video cut off. So she's now really scared for all of her group mates. What the hell? That wasn't real, right? They're a super famous pop group. Everyone knows who they are. Is he trying to say that he was even able to get them? If that really did happen, everyone in the outside world must be going crazy. What kind of person would take things this far? Yeah, Batman does kill people, right? I can't wait to watch the new one next week. Oh, that quote is perfect for this, Michael. Nice. Okay, so let's see. We looked in the trash room. We couldn't do anything there. We got the DVD. We watched it. We know a little bit about the murder weapon, but she will not tell us who saw it. I'm guessing now we just need to talk to some people. I'm not sure what the next thing we should do is.
Listen to me!
Do you have a second, Makoto? I've uncovered something most unusual. The door to everyone's dorm has a nameplate on it who shows whose room it is, right?
You hear me?
Well, it just so happens. Wait. No. You might be the killer yourself. I can't tell you anything.
Got it!
Forget everything I just said. Forget. Forget beam. Sorry, just a little joke. Even I do jokes sometimes. Oh yeah, we didn't even get a truth bullet for that, did we? That was kind of weird.
Listen to me!
Okay, so he says the same thing if I talk to him again. What was this room? Oh yeah, this is like the main entrance, isn't it? So, do you have any clues or anything?
What kind of clues? Let's just agree that we do not know who the culprit is and leave it at that. Whatever secrets I may have, I don't intend on revealing anything until the class trial.
Okay then, do you have any suggestions for where I should start looking?
Well,
So annoying. Must you fumble around, fishing blindly for clues? I suppose it wouldn't hurt to give you a little hint. The scene of the crime, naturally, but I think the trash room is also worth looking into.
The trash room?
It is the perfect place to destroy evidence. However, there is one little problem.
Which is?
as for me,
That place is filthy. I would rather die than set foot in there. I am trusting all of you to conduct a thorough investigation on my behalf.
That's that's weird. So to get in there though, I think we need like an item to break through because it looked like it was all locked up. How do I look at my items, like my inventory? Is it under presents? I don't know if you actually have an inventory in this game, to be honest. Maybe we don't. We just have presents. I mean, you do get like keys and stuff, but I don't know if it like shows you. There's more restrooms. That's the girls' room. Yeah, Celestia's like, I'm too good for this. I'm not going to help you out. We've actually never been in the bathroom before. Oh, there's like nothing to look at. Interesting. Oh, your truth bullets is your items. Okay, I was thinking it was just like talking points, you know? Like we don't actually take these items. I'm trying to think if we have like a bolt cutters or something. Maybe we can use our toolkit to get into that trash room. Here's the gym. I love those loading screens. Oh no, we actually came from here. I don't think we have to go back. So let's go back to the trash room and see if we can find a way in there. Wait, can't I like use the map to like teleport around? Not that one. I think if we go here, we can actually just like teleport from room to room, right? There's the gym. Yeah, like there's the trash room right here. Oh, I can't teleport there. Is there like a way to teleport? Maybe not. Maybe you can only go to certain rooms. What was this room? That one's locked. Okay. So truth bullets can be items or statements or anything. It's just like, it's a catch-all, I guess. Items, just subjects, you know, talking points. Okay, the trash room's right back here. Okay, let's try the lock again. Oops, that's the gate. There's a sturdy gate here. No way to get past.
Kuma appears!
Oh gosh.
It's the end of the line. The trash room. This is where all the trash in the school eventually winds up.
How do you get this gate open?
No, you can't go any further!
No entry beyond this point. Only the person on cleaning duty is allowed in.
Cleaning duty?
No, you can't go any further!
Who's on cleaning duty?
No, you can't go any further!
This is stupid. It'd be faster just to go around and ask all the others.
No, you can't go any further!
He reads like a broken robot. Oh, that was another thing we needed to find. Okay, good. And then there's this. There's a hatch on the floor. The door won't budge. It must be locked. You know what? Now that I think about it, I don't think you actually ever need to use items. Like there's no like use item function. I think if you have a useful item that you've discovered, it just automatically happens, right? Like if I had something to open that, you would have used it. So here's the button to handle that. Yeah, right. Hey, Monokuma, can we go further? It looks like some kind of switch. I wonder what it does. Hey, got another one of those. So we won't actually press it. Let's see if there's anything on this side. I think that's the door out. Oops, I meant to yes leave. There we go. So now I guess our next quest is talk to everybody and find out who's on cleaning duty. We already talked to him. I'm looking for whoever's on cleaning duty.
Cleaning duty? As a matter of fact, that's me. Why do you ask?
The first person I pick.
It just so happens that Monokuma talked to me yesterday and asked me to take care of it. Without someone on cleaning duty, the school would be flooded with trash in no time. So I formally applied for the position.
He's so proud of himself. It's like that kid that gets hall monitor and has like a huge power trip.
I was gonna start this morning, but after what happened, I haven't had a chance to get started.
And Byakuya, how are you doing, Byakuya? Welcome to the stream. Thank you for the follow. Are you a big fan of this game? And since you're on cleaning duty, you can open the gate in front of the trash room.
Here we go.
Of course. It's my job to gather up all the garbage and toss it in the trash room. And to do that, they gave me the key for the trash room gate. But we're supposed to rotate once a week, so eventually you'll be in charge.
Very strange.
Wait, hold on. You need a key to get in the trash room, and the only person on cleaning duty has access to the key? What's the point of going to all that trouble? Why not just leave the trash room open to all the time so we can throw things out whenever we want? One nice thing is it keeps people from getting rid of evidence, or if we know things have gotten rid of, you know who actually opened it up, right? That does seem more convenient.
So in other words...
Actually, anyone who kills a fellow student and becomes blackened will graduate, unless they are discovered.
So that's it.
That must be why. If anyone could go in and out of the trash room whenever they wanted, then destroying evidence would be easy. The thrill would disappear, and things would become boring. Boring?
Hey, listen.
Anyway, more important than that.
Hey, you bastard.
Hey, Fatty.
That's rude.
Why'd you want the cleaning duty gig anyway?
Oh.
I just decided to volunteer for something I knew no one else would want to do. What's the big deal?
You...
Liar. I know why you did it.
Is it like...
You want to dig through all the girls' trash, looking for, and poking around at it.
There's no way to think about this in a common sense kind of way.
That's gross.
What are you talking about?
All my love is for 2D. That's pretty funny.
You know what I mean.
Oh my goodness, therapy android. 38 months therapy android. Holy cow, that is a long time. Thank you so very much for the sub therapy. And how are you doing still? Do you have any fun plans for Easter weekend? Anything cool going on, therapy? Really appreciate that. Let me go to the scene. There we go. Thank you very much, therapy. 38 months is incredible. Wow, we're almost getting to 40. Holy cow. And can't tell the less rude than you voiced you back. I'm true. True that. Who's talking right now? This guy. But there's all kinds of trash diggers like that. Maybe you'll get tired of 2D. Then turn to...
Completely unforgivable.
This guy.
I would never get tired of 2D.
It reminds me of a character from Ace Attorney as well.
After spending a significant amount of time comparing 2D and 3D, I voluntarily choose 2D. The only 3D thing is good for is to shower love and affection on 2D. Oh, and PVC figures.
Give me a break.
I hear people yelling outside. How are you not totally embarrassed to say stuff like that? Uh-oh. We got visitors. Hold on just a second. I hear people behind me. I hear dogs. Hi, Sophia. My niece is visiting, hanging out. How's it going? Just right outside the camera. And there's a Georgie, too. How are you doing? Are you having fun? Hi. I'm playing some video games. It's almost her birthday. There is a doggo, but I can't show him on screen right now. Oh, really? Yeah, it's going to be fun, isn't it? Just a sec. I can come to your birthday? Oh, thank you. I get to go to her birthday. And Spider-Man's gonna be there? Oh, that's gonna be so much fun. Hi, Georgie. And we're gonna have pizza. Oh my goodness. And a bounce house. And balloons. Awesome. Well, that's gonna be so much fun. I can't wait. Bye, Sophia. I can't wait. It's gonna be such a fun birthday. Bounce house, pizza, balloons, Spider-Man. All right, Mayaka. If you're so worried about Hifumi's questionable morality, there's a very easy solution. Whenever a guy has cleaning duty, Sakura can accompany them, from picking up the trash to disposing of it. What?
What?
If you're as innocent as you claim, where's the harm in that? Favorite character right now, it used to be Sayaka, Fein Life. So now, I mean, besides the bear, the bear's probably my real favorite. From all the characters we have right now, it's probably the one that you guys kind of stand for a little bit. That really shy girl, I can't think of her name, but she's always apologizing and everything. I can't imagine she's hurting a fly. I also like the swimming girl, except for the last interaction I had with her, when she was not helping us with a knife and thought that we did it, with clear evidence to the contrary. I don't know about her.
That's not how it's supposed to.
Anyway, on another topic, Hifumi, since you were on cleaning duty, I have a favor to ask you. Well, who's your favorite character? Chihiro, that's the one, yeah. Who's your favorite character of Fein Life?
What? So now you suddenly want to join my party? Sorry, but you haven't triggered that flag yet. I mean, you haven't helped me recover from a past trauma or save a village or beat a boss.
No, nothing like that. I was just hoping to get into the trash room and look around.
You
Oh,
got it.
okay.
So easy. So Hifumi and I headed down to the trash room. That was easier than I thought. That's a pretty awesome birthday, right, Relentless? You might wonder, you know, what the Spider-Man thing's all about, but I think you guys know. It should be fun. Peter Parker is going to be there with pizza? No, actually Spider-Man. And Hina is all right. Don't give up on her just because she's suspicious. Not even suspicious of me, Relentless. Being purposely dense. You know, I like literally told her, wait, you were here the whole time. You saw the knives all there. Then one knife was missing. I didn't come through here. You know I'm innocent, right? She's like, well, I don't know. You're kind of guilty. Like, shut up, Hina. Just tell me who else came through here. That'll help us pin down the killer.
You'd like me to open the gate, wouldn't you? You know, when I look at it, it makes me think. They said he killed his wife. He learned how to get by on the inside, but he never stopped dreaming. Get busy living or get busy dying, he said. So him and Rita, they found themselves a way out.
Is he talking about Shawshank Redemption? Whatever, please just hurry up. I think that was a quote from Shawshank. It's like one of the best movies ever. Good, Kentil. Hopefully she turns it around a little bit. And Fein, you don't really like any of them, but if you had to choose, maybe Sakura. That's like the martial arts expert, right?
Okie dokie, leave it to me.
Hifumi pulled a key out of his pocket and used it to flip the switch next to the gate. And then...
Mr. Naegi!
However, Mr. Naegi,
Without a doubt.
surely you aren't planning to use the trash room to destroy evidence, are you? You fiend, you planned this all along.
How did he not think of that beforehand? No, I just wanted to see if the actual killer had tried to destroy evidence or not.
But the actual killer is you, isn't it? You want to see if you left anything behind. Wait, maybe a parallel world.
Whatever, let's just hurry up and keep looking. Come on. Okay, what can we look at here? We can talk to him. We can look in here. Let's take a look in here first. This is the Incinerator. It's way in the back part of the trash room. It's a good 30 feet from here to the gate. Ah, and it's on right now. Can we like turn it off real quick and see what's in there?
Do you see the green and yellow buttons next to the mouth of the incinerator?
Yes, indeed.
It's a pretty simple setup. You press the green button to get it going and the yellow button to turn it off.
Why not red?
Sooner or later, you'll be on cleaning duty, so make sure you learn this before you leave, okay? Someone turned the incinerator on. Very strange. I'm quite certain it was off last time I was down here.
Was it a fairy?
I don't think so. Hifumi, do you realize what you just said?
Huh? The fairy?
No, you just said the last time you were here, the incinerator was off.
Ah, yes. About that, there can be no mistake. If I've got one thing going for me, it's my memory.
I feel as if...
His voices.
Yesterday, as soon as I was appointed, I came down to check the place out, and it definitely wasn't on then. I haven't been back to the trash room since then. And since I'm the only one who has a key to open the gate,
Most suspicious.
it should be impossible for the incinerator to be on, and yet...
So that means someone was able to switch on the incinerator without opening the gate. But how is that possible? Sweet. Truth bullet. All right. Let's check out the buttons. I want to turn it off. Oh, there's something broken on the floor there too. The green. Oh. Somebody threw something in there, but maybe they didn't get a chance to like turn it on. Or maybe they were able to throw something in the incinerator and then throw something to hit the green button to turn it on. The green button turns it on and the yellow button turns it off. Or so it seems anyway. So what's this down here? There are shards of broken glass scattered around the front of the incinerator. It looks like it used to be some kind of glass ball, just about big enough to fit in the palm of your hand.
Is this perhaps...
Is that...
Do you know what this is?
They say if you collect all 7, a dragon will appear and grant you a single wish. Kidding aside, it's the kind of thing you might see on a big city street corner. Gaze into it, and it will show you a glimpse of the future.
Ooh, glimpse of the future. So maybe the clairvoyant had this.
Just like that Mina girl who was on that quest to find that one guy.
Yeah, I get what you're trying to say, but who did this particular ball belong to? And Relentless, no one really knows or trusts each other yet, so obviously they're going to suspect the guy whose room the corpse was in. It makes total sense. That's our job right now, is just to find any possible clues or, I guess, proofs that show that it couldn't have been us. Buckbeak, how are you doing, dude? I'm doing great. I'm so happy it's the weekend, and tomorrow's Easter. How are things going with you? There's only one person it could be. They should all still be in the gym. I better go find out for sure. My guess is that clairvoyant guy, the hippie kind of dude. But what about this on the floor? What is this? Looks like it has some blood on it. A shirt? A shirt, maybe? There's something on the ground in front of the incinerator. It looks like a burnt piece of something.
A burnt piece? Like a hunk? Like a hunk of burning love?
This guy, seriously? Oh, how did you like the movie, Buckbeak? I really enjoyed that. Anyway, it looks like a piece of cloth and a shape. It's part of the sleeve of a button-up shirt. And now that I look at it, that's definitely blood on the cuff, which means that this is all left some kind of evidence the killer destroyed. But there are lots of people here with white button-up shirts. This isn't by itself, or isn't enough by itself to figure out who the killer is. Still, one more piece of evidence.
This whole thing is quite strange indeed. When I was here last, the incinerator was off, and those glass shards and burnt clothes weren't.
Completely unforgivable.
What does it all mean, Mr. Naegi? Will you be confessing soon?
Why me?
That's it. I'm sure of it.
Everyone already knows you did it. All the mysteries are being solved one by one.
It sounds like he's living out one of his comic book fantasies. Okay, I think we've looked at everything. Unless there's something on the sides. Oh, there's like a trash can here. That's a huge trash can. Is this where we're supposed to put whatever trash we can't burn? Well, whatever it's for, it doesn't look like it's hiding any clues. At least if you find something useless, you get sometimes a cool item. That's nice. And Buckbeak, not to sound cliche on accident, but when they said it was the best Marvel movie, you have to agree with them. This one time, it was so damn great. Possibly my favorite Spider-Man movie out of all of them. I mean, it's kind of hard for it not to be just because of how much it brings everything together from the past, right? Oh, so much fun nostalgia. I had a really good time in that movie. Okay, so he said we want to go back to the gym now. So let's go ahead and do that. Wait, we might be able to teleport there. I might be able to save ourselves some time. I forget which places I can teleport to. Here? Nope, can't teleport there. Okay. Yeah, unfortunately, that movie's so hard to talk about without, you know, definitely giving out spoilers. But at the same time, I think most people, even if you, like, I avoided spoilers like crazy, things still got spoiled for me because of how prevalent that movie was online and everything, right? Wonder, how's it going, Wonder? Happy Saturday. How are you doing? Danger of the genre, huh? Okay, here's the gym. You spoiled it, Krem. How could you? Okay, we're back in the gym. So yeah, I think it might be this guy. He's probably the one with the crystal ball. Let's question him first. Hey, Hero. Can I ask you something? That was me talking. Sorry. No. I gotta get out of here. Gotta get out. I've had enough. Gotta break free. Hero, snap out of it. Makoto, what are you doing here? What? Hey, does this look familiar? Yeah, so I guess I thought they were just clues, but we actually kind of take all these with us. This is kind of cool. Oh, I'm doing fantastic, Wonder. I'm so happy it's the weekend. Got some free time, not a whole lot going on. Although tomorrow, I think we're going to go to some family members for Easter, so that should be fun. How about you? What's new with you? That's my crystal ball. But it's all smashed. What the hell?
What the heck?
I only bought it because a guy said it was blessed. He said it was unbreakable. So how did it break?
What?
Was it actually made of glass and not crystal? That guy totally duped me. He said it belonged to the pillars of history. Genghis Khan, George Washington, Napoleon. He said whoever controlled that crystal ball controlled the world. Was that seriously all BS? Let's put that aside for now. So can you say without a doubt that this belonged to you? Yeah, that's mine for sure. I probably forgot in the laundry room last night. Someone must have come by and snatched it. You left it in the laundry room. That means anyone could have found it and taken it. I don't know about that. Thanks, Hero. That's all I wanted to know. Sure. By the way, I'm almost afraid to ask, but how much did you pay for that thing? Everything I saved up from fortune telling for 2 full years. Ouch. Came out to be like $1 million? $1 million? That's pretty cheap, actually. I mean, considering it gives you the power to control the world. You might as well just buy an NFT at that point. That's just too stupid. I can't even feel bad for him. Hey, we got some progress. Oh, you're going for a Sunday roast with the family for Easter? Oh, that sounds like so much fun, Wonder. Awesome. I think we have a bag of holding, Krem. Absolutely. I love it. Every adventure game has to have one. Oh, true. $1 million yen. I didn't think
I'm getting
about that.
tired of waiting. What say we just get started,
What is $1 million yen like? $10,000? Roughly, you know, maybe 9,900. So, wait, I think he said that.
It's time for the long-awaited
Oh, but closer to 8,000. Thank you, Krem.
class trial.
Oh no.
Now then, allow me to appoint a proper location for the proceedings.
And that's okay, Buckbeak, because that was in the trailer. I think that's allowed.
Please go through the red door on the first floor of the school.
Speaking of Doctor Strange, he has a new movie coming out pretty soon too, right? The trailers look pretty good.
See you soon.
Definitely not. The red door on the first floor. That's where I should go. No, where I have to go. Oh, it just teleported us right here. We should save it My spider sense was tingling. Speaking of Spider-Man. This one. Oh. For some reason, I thought we finished chapter 1, but I guess we are still in chapter 1. Yeah, I was feeling fine just a few hours after that wander. I don't know what it was. I just had some... Maybe I needed some sugar or some food. I had a little snack, had some sugar, drank some more water, laid down for about 30 minutes, and then I started to feel much better. That was really weird, though. Haven't had it again since, thank goodness. You know what I thought it might have been wonder? Is that I was just going on too long without food. Maybe I hadn't had enough rest. So what I'm starting to do on Saturdays now is what I usually do is first thing when I wake up, I have breakfast, I have my coffee, then I get the stream ready, then I get cleaned up and ready to go. What I'm doing now is I actually get the stream ready first. Then I go and have breakfast. So it's a little bit later in the day. That way I'm not going so long without eating. And you've seen the TV series all the way through, but never the game. Oh, there's a TV series for this Samoan girl? And how's it going, Samoan? Good to see you. You're late, Makoto. We've all been waiting for you. That makes me look guilty.
I bet you were afraid you would be discovered as the murderer you are.
I don't like this character. Toko is my least favorite character.
Listen to me!
Let's not jump to conclusions just yet. Save that for the class trial. Actually, maybe Taka's my favorite. Then we can all reveal the details of Makoto's crime. Or Makoto's. So they're all really convinced I did it, but... I didn't do it. Me and Sayaka both know that all too well. But then, who is the killer? Oh, and it's actually pretty close to the game. That's actually kind of nice. A lot of times game adaptations are like so different. Yeah, whoever's nice to me. Really, that's all I want. Just be nice to me. Oh, yes. Good luck, Buckbeak. Good luck shopping and everything. We'll chat with you later, dude. So the one who murdered Sayaka, is it really one of us? I mean, from the clues, I have no idea right now.
Is everyone here? Okay then, please board the elevator in front of you, which will transport you to the courtroom, where all your fates will be decided. I'll meet you all down there. I'll be waiting.
I love his laugh. The oh, and then the second season is its own thing. That's pretty nice. I like that.
Got it!
Relax. I haven't 100% decided that you're the culprit just yet. Maybe, but you're obviously leaning that way.
Let's get started.
Hey,
There's no point in standing around here. Settle your resolve and step into the future.
Impossible.
Damn, we really have to go with this class trial thing, huh?
You know?
If you want to confess, I guess now's the time to do it. I'm telling you, I didn't do it.
What?
So whoever
What?
stuck us here even took the time to set up a goddamn courtroom, huh?
I'm sorry.
Yeah, Chihiro might be my favorite. I'm not sure.
Sorry, in the end, I wasn't able to do any looking around or anything.
These people are so lazy.
Is this really how Sayaka would want us to find out who killed her?
What the heck?
I can't help but wonder that whoever killed Sayaka is feeling right now. Well, did you find anything that might actually prove your innocence?
No.
Being so insistent, even though you obviously killed her, is very impressive.
I don't think
You know what I
anybody's
mean.
on our side.
Well, I did my job. I'm counting on the rest of you from here on out.
I forget, what was his job again?
So, the school basement has become the darkened stage. We're all here to bear witness to Mr. Naegi's final curtain call.
Well then, the time has finally come. Are you ready? All right, let's go in there. I guess I have no choice but to get on this elevator.
well then.
Let us begin.
Yes, indeed.
Good idea.
Hey,
Are you scared?
No, scared isn't quite right.
Makoto.
I said it before,
but it's up to you to uncover the mysteries surrounding this case yourself. If you don't, you'll never come to grips with the truth. I need to uncover the truth of Sayaka's death. I didn't need someone else to tell me to do that. In Sayaka's honor, I swear I'll find out who the real killer is. As I raised my voice to try to give myself courage, I turned, trembling with anticipation, toward the elevator. With each step forward, I could feel my heart starting to race faster and faster. Everyone else was already on the elevator when I finally stepped. Can you fit that many people in there? The doors closed and the elevator started to move. Dang. It's a huge elevator. And Relentless Toko is really annoying in this game, but in the spin-off she's much better. And you actually like her? That's pretty cool. They have like more of a character arc, I guess, huh? The steel box descended with heavy clunking sounds toward the school's basement. I wonder if this is how a death row inmate feels when his time has finally come. Rather than that, is it not more like a defendant waiting to receive his judgment? Oblivious to the shared anxiety, the elevator lowered us further and further into the bowels of the school. Yeah, we are absolutely a lone wolf, Michael. You finally arrived. What do you think? Doesn't it feel like a real courtroom? It's like a Hollywood movie set, right? Shit, not even close. It's total shit.
Well now.
Okay, everyone, find your assigned seats and sit down. Hurry up now, hurry up. We did what he said and found our seats. Oh, that's really cool looking. I like that. The seats were arranged in a giant circle. Okay, you call them seats. However, everybody's standing and I don't see any evidence of a chair. So how can you in any truthful mind call that a seat? and then there's those two sad pictures crossed out. Aw. It was set up like that so everyone could see everyone else. Which also meant it'd be easy to see anyone to transfer their tension and unease onto anyone else. Details, schmeetails. The air seemed to grow heavy as we sat there. Although we do have a lot of terms like that, where somebody calls, you know, there's a, like you call something something, but it's actually not that at all. Like, what is it? Is it a peanut? Is like not actually a nut. It's something else. I forget, like a legume or whatever. It could be translation error. And so the curtain on the first case opened. A deadly judgment, a deadly deception, a deadly betrayal. A deadly riddle, a deadly defense, a deadly faith, a deadly class trial. Yeah, let's go ahead and save it one more time. Couldn't hurt. Oh, and shame you can't stay, Wonder. It's 10 p.m. and you have an early Easter celebrations tomorrow. Oh, have a wonderful Easter, Wonder. Hope you have a good one. Hopefully we'll see you on Tuesday next time. Take care. Have a great weekend. Okay, pre-trial prep. Open our handbook. So this is just us able to look through all of our evidence and stuff, right? Okay, the body was found around 1:30 a.m. Took place in the bathroom, stab wound to the abdomen, wrist was fractured. There's evidence of struggle. Replica sword was missing some of the gold coating on the handle, which makes me think somebody has gold hands. And then there was the gold sheath, it looks like it had been hit by the sword, maybe it had like damage to it. We had swapped rooms. The toolkit had not been used. Yeah, no evidence that had been used. But the door was also unscrewed, so that was weird. Somebody went through with the lint and cleaned the whole room. There was a dying message of 11037. Bathroom door frame was undone. Our nameplates were swapped. One of the knives was missing in the kitchen. Ioi? What was her name? Hina or something? She swears that Makoto did not come to the dining hall at any point while she was there. So that's our alibi that we didn't get the knife. That's good. Then there's the trash compactor. Needs the trash room key. The incinerator was on. There's a burnt piece of shirt with some blood on it. The shattered crystal ball was probably used to turn it on, I'm guessing. Hina, yeah, okay. We don't need to look at presents. I think that's all we need to look at there. Set skills. Oh, I forgot about these. Certain characters we've like become friends with, we get skills we can use during these trials. So this one increases the time limit for each phase. Effectively during the class trial costs 3 SP. Looks like I can probably add all of them. So that uses 3. Robot Jock. Increases your truth bullet rate of fire. Effective during non-stop debate and the bullet time battle final strike. 3 SP. What else do we got? Melodious Voice. Increases damage to the opponent when a statement is destroyed. Sure. Now we're maxed out. So the 3 skills that I have, I was able to use all of them. I think we're ready to finish preparations, I guess. So we need to decide who we think did it so we can be smug about it and congratulate you at the end of the trial. Oh gosh. Do I have to pick somebody right now? I mean, it's so early. Let me look at everybody just to like... Okay. I don't have any reason to believe he did it. I don't have any reason to believe he did it. I don't have any reason to believe he did it. Nope. Maybe he was being a weird creep. He also has access to the trash room. He's the only one with access. But part of me thinks it's not him because he could throw whoever the killer was, I think had to throw glass to turn on the incinerator. He could have just opened it up and did it himself. It's weird that his glass ball is missing, so I have an idea. Maybe it's him. No reason to believe it's her. She's been weirdly cagey about talking about the knives, and she's always hanging out there. I just don't like her. Could be her. No reason to believe. No reason to believe. No reason to believe. Except she's not really helping. That's about my ideas right now. Yeah. So that's my guesses, I guess, at the top of this. But nobody I'm like 100% sure about. Not even like 50% sure about. All right, class trial, all rise. Oh, this is cool.
Let's begin with a basic explanation of the class trial.
I don't like his...
Your votes will determine the results.
I really don't like his Audi belly button just aimed right at me. I don't know, something about it just looks wrong. Is it just me?
If you can figure out who done it, then only they will receive punishment. But if you pick the wrong one, then I'll punish everyone besides the blackened, and the one that deceived everyone else will graduate.
Oh, so this is like a, you have to get this right or it's game over and you have to redo it, right? Because I'm guessing if I get it wrong, everybody else dies.
And the killer really is one of us, right?
Of course.
Okay then. Everyone, close your eyes. And whoever did it, raise your hand.
Don't be a goddamn idiot. Why the hell would they raise their hand?
Before we move on and start the trial, can I ask a question real quick?
I love that this is all voice acted.
What's going on with those pictures?
I mean, I think it's for my terrible memory so I can actually remember who got killed.
I feel awful if they got left out just because they died. Friendship penetrates even death's barrier. Friendship penetrates?
Oh my god. This f***ing guy.
Okay, but what about that other empty seat?
He needs to go.
There were only 15 of us to begin with, so why are there 16 seats?
It's a good question. I mean, friends with benefits, right, Krim?
Oh, no reason. It's just that our little courtroom here can technically fit up to 16 people.
And you see, the thing that you worked out is also what you worked out in this game. The plot point with a character at the end of 2-1. You're not talking to me, are you? Can't tell? Yeah, Jenner, get the hell out of here.
Okay, that about does it for the preamble. Get ready to get started.
I like that word preamble. You don't hear that enough.
First up is the case summary. Now, let the class trial begin.
Okay, I thought so, can't tell. It's about to begin. The debate to decide who we think the killer is. Anything I found, anything I noticed, I have to be ready to speak up about everything. And they're also fully voiced. Oh, that's so nice. Good. It gives my voice a rest. I will say these games, just like stream for 3 to 4 hours, it's exhausting for my voice. Because I mean, I talk a lot on stream anyway, but it's in my normal voice. And I get breaks because I'm playing the game and just reacting, you know, on my own. But because I'm talking to you, reacting, and doing all the voiceover with voices, it's oof. That's all I could say. Because this isn't just about me. Everyone's lives are on the line. Your first non-stop debate is about to begin. Would you like to hear more? Sure. I don't know what that means, non-stop debate. As things progress during each class trial, you will engage in a number of non-stop debates. During these discussions, characters will speak one after another without pause. It's up to you to unearth any lies or contradictions buried within their statements. What this means is that you'll have to use your truth bullets to refute what they say. Any relevant truth bullets you found during your investigation will be loaded into the truth cylinder. Use the left stick to aim, and then fire with the Y button. Pay close attention to the character statements, and use your truth bullets to blast the right ones. Note that if you run out of time, you will automatically fail, so please be careful. This sounds really intense. If you press the start button during these arguments, you can review the controls. Well then, good luck and have fun. So basically just listen to them and choose whatever sounds relevant? Okay, good. Make your argument. Evidence of a struggle? Am I choosing right now?
I assert that the one who was murdered was Miss Sayaka Maizono!
Yeah, we know that part already.
And the murder took place in Makoto's room.
Oh, I have to shoot them when I hear a contradiction.
So it seems most likely that the killer must have taken her by surprise while she was in the bathroom. She didn't even have a chance to resist.
Bam! I don't believe that. See, we saw a lot of struggle. There was the sword that looked like it had been damaged, her wrist was broken, and the door was unscrewed. So it makes me think that she had to fight and maybe even locked herself in there. And you have to aim at it, John? Oh, I have to shoot just the yellow. Do I always have to shoot the yellow text? Then I think I did successful, right? I think I did shoot the yellow text as soon as I saw something. It didn't seem right. It was yellow, I believe. Huh. So something's off about what was just said. Because if Sayaka hadn't resisted at all, there's no explanation for what happened in my room. Do you always shoot yellow text or only if it sounds wrong to you? For this first debate, we'd like to take a quick sidebar. If you're unable to spot and refute someone's lies or contradictions, the argument will repeat. I did not aim and shoot the yellow text? I wish I had a replay. I could have sworn I shot it. Oh, did I shoot them? Maybe I shot them instead of the yellow text. But I did shoot during that period of time. Within a group of statements, some words appear in a different color. Did you happen to notice? That represents a potential hole in a person's statement, a possible weak spot. These weak spots reveal important, although not always inaccurate, sections of a person's statement. Your truth bullets are only effective against these weak spots. So eventually you get a choice of what to shoot, but it's a baby tutorial this time. So we did miss it. You shot it. Oh, I shot above the text. Okay. I was trying to shoot the person in the face. Usually you have multiple characters whose arguments have yellow text and you have to figure out which one. Okay, good. I like the easy first case. So when you see one come up and take aim and fire, but only if you're sure it's actually wrong. You can also fast forward an argument by holding down the B button. Well then, good luck and have fun.
I assert that the one who was
now
murdered
it's repeating.
was
Okay.
Miss Sayaka.
Yeah, and the murder took
In the bathroom, so it seems most
all
likely
turned to
that the
Smurfs.
killer must have taken her by surprise while she was in the bathroom. She didn't even have a chance to resist.
There we go. I think I shot the wrong one. Only the yellow text. Okay. I shot the white
Just
one
a
that was
second,
starting that
Chihiro.
statement.
Try to remember how my room looked. With the way things had been damaged, I think we can definitely assume there was a struggle.
You got to be so fast for that. That's going to be tough.
A struggle? Between who and who?
Between Sayaka and the killer, of course.
So you're saying Sayaka wasn't caught by surprise in the bathroom?
She must have been attacked in the main room first. Then, she ran to the bathroom to try and hide. The killer followed her in, and that's where they finished the job.
That much should have been obvious after taking one look at the scene. It shouldn't even need explaining.
This guy just says, "You're stupid, and you should feel bad about it."
Sorry.
Aww.
Okay, so what's next?
Poor Chihiro.
Next is the subject of the murder weapon.
Wow, this is starting to sound like a real trial.
Why you sweating, dude? 'Cause you did it? We need to determine what was used to kill Sayaka. I mean, the knife, right? Kitchen knife set.
So what was used to kill her?
There was some kind of sharp object thrust into her stomach. Without a doubt, that is the murder weapon.
So
Herpaderp.
the killer used some random knife they had on him.
Not random knife from the kitchen. Break!
No. I do think it was a knife, but not just any knife. I'm almost positive it was a kitchen knife.
Huh? A kitchen knife?
Come on, Hina, back me up.
After the murder, we discovered that one of the knives from the kitchen was missing.
Which means that knife must be the murder weapon.
Oh, yeah. I guess that makes sense. You could sort of see the weapon sticking out of her stomach. And if you look real close, I could totally see that being a kitchen knife.
Okay, so the murder weapon was a kitchen knife, but where does that get us? I mean, we all know Makoto killed her, right?
Jerk, how dare you?
That's right. Makoto's room was the scene of the crime. What
Now-
more proof do you need?
Even though that's yellow text, I don't do anything here. That's just a keyword, right?
Hold on a second.
Let's draw our conclusions after we've presented our arguments.
Well, we can talk all we want. It's not going to change that conclusion.
I don't think that's true at all. I'm sure if we keep at it, something new will reveal itself.
You really believe that?
Just like, no, I'm just being optimistic. I don't think so. Everyone just kind of said they were standing around, right? At least the kind of tough guy, I can't think of his name. He was being a guard, I suppose, kind of useful. And Sakura, that was good. She's right. There's got to be a breakthrough somewhere just waiting for us to find it. Because I know damn well I'm not the killer. There's a bit more to learn about non-stop debates. Would you like to hear more? Sure. I need all the help I can get. You can concentrate by holding down the right bumper button. While you're concentrating, time will slow down so you can pay closer attention to what everybody's saying. Does it also, instead of turning them into chipmunks, make them go, "I think it was"? It's like, that'd be great. On top of that, it'll steady your aim, making it easier to target potential weak spots. I think Byakuya is probably the most smug, if it's the one I'm thinking of. Concentrating like this consumes focus gauge, and if the gauge empties, you can't concentrate. But the focus gauge will recover over time, so let your brain take a rest. No need to rush. Well then, good luck and have fun.
So I guess there's no question that the kitchen knife was the murder weapon. But where does that get us?
Makoto must have taken it from the kitchen, right?
Nope.
You did it in secret. Nobody...
No, that's wrong.
Hina was in there.
Okay, wait. Hold on. I didn't take the knife from the kitchen.
Next, you're gonna say you're not the killer, right? Go ahead and say it all you want.
Yeah, I don't see any redeeming qualities about Toko at all.
Well, what if I have a witness?
She was also kind of a jerk to everybody. Remember when she just starts calling everybody out because they didn't invite her to stuff? It's like, we just met. What are you talking about? I know, I'm so happy. When anything pops up in my head, like that I solve a puzzle without brute forcing it, can't tell, it's a huge victory.
What do you think, Hina?
Huh?
Remember what you were telling me earlier?
Well, I was going to get some tea from the kitchen last night, and all the knives were still there. But when I finished my tea and went back into the kitchen to wash my glass, one of the knives was gone.
So you're saying the knife disappeared while you were drinking your tea in the dining hall?
Yeah?
Just to be perfectly clear, the knife disappeared while you were in the dining hall, correct?
Tea does actually sound really good, especially when I'm playing these games. I should really make myself a glass of tea with honey or something.
Yeah, that's right.
It'll help my voice anyway.
And at any point while you were there, did you ever see me come into the dining hall?
No, I don't think so.
You don't think so?
No, he definitely wasn't there.
Thank you. Thank you.
The knife disappeared while Hina was in the dining hall. But I wasn't there the entire time. In other words, there's no way I could have taken the knife.
That portrait on the side just freaking out.
Okay, then what about this?
Toko, you trying to take me down again after we have proof?
What if the idiot swimmer girl and Makoto are in on it together and lying to protect each other?
Could you be any less likable, Toko? I don't think you could.
Idiot swimmer girl? Oh, and more importantly, why would I get involved in something like that?
Speaking of which, I'd like to ask the bear, if there is an accomplice, do they also become blackened?
Ooh, didn't think about that. An accomplice, yeah.
So you ask, and so I shall answer. Each murder is allowed to have an accomplice, but only the one who does the killing will get to graduate.
So in other words, two people can work together, but one of them has no chance of profiting from it.
So what would the point be?
Then there's no way anyone would work together, right?
Unless you plan to kill your cohort before the end.
But what if they did work together and they just didn't know about the rule?
Ugh, good grief! Enough already! No, okay? There are no accomplices in this case!
Could he have done the first killing just to get it started? Just a random guess.
Oops, did I say that out loud?
He knows too much. I mean, he is watching all the videos, but I don't know.
Anyway, I didn't go to the dining hall, and I didn't take the knife.
That's good. I mean, that's what a good character arc is, Relentless. A lot of my favorite shows and stuff, when the least likable characters start to become your favorite, that's really cool. Yeah, Monokuma just slipped.
So I'm not the killer.
Okay, so then, who did take the knife?
Hina seems the obvious candidate. After all, she just said she was in the dining hall.
No way! I swear it wasn't me!
Sure, but can you or anyone else prove that? I can.
I don't know why, I just love that voice popping up at that exact moment with that exact statement.
That's right! Sakura was with me the entire time I was drinking my tea.
I hate to have to ask, but just to be sure, Sakura's...
Me.
Right. But then, couldn't either one of them have grabbed the knife?
Actually, no. Because, well...
Just spit it out already.
What were they doing?
I stayed in Hina's room last night.
Giggity, giggity, goo! Okay.
I got so scared thanks to those creepy videos. I wasn't really thinking, I just asked her to stay over.
Sure you did.
Which means we have airtight alibis.
You stayed over? Doesn't that violate one of the school regulations?
Yeah, I thought we all had to be in our own rooms.
We're not allowed to sleep anywhere but the dorms, but it doesn't say we have to stay in our assigned room.
Oh, you just have to be in a room. Okay. Now, the rules are very important in this, huh? And Cantel, in your experience, as you go, I should probably find out more about this character. I'm curious. And then they die 5 minutes later. I was shocked that Sayaka died, just because she seemed like she was going to be like, oh, this is like totally a main character, right? And Hina and Sakura are totally a couple. I have said it before and I'll say it again. Even though they don't maybe come out with it, it seems like it, huh?
So, I don't think that's a problem.
It is a problem! A boy and a girl spending the night together? It's unwholesome!
Oh, Taka. Oh.
But I'm a girl.
Yes.
You are? Oh my gosh, I'm so sorry!
Gosh.
But if it wasn't either of you, then what other possibility is there?
Actually, there is one other possibility. Right, Hina?
Oh, yeah, that's true. One other person did come to the dining hall while we were there.
I don't know how we didn't ask her about this when we were first doing it.
Why didn't you say so in the first place?
Well, because they're not here anymore.
Oh. Could the killer have been killed? I forget her name, Junko, I think? Maybe she actually killed Sayaka, but then she got killed after that. Somebody who's not here. Who are you talking about?
Sayaka. She's the one who came to the dining hall.
Oh, never mind.
And then later, she wound up dead.
Second thought, maybe she went back to the dining hall to get a weapon for defense, but that defense weapon was used against her. So we still don't know who it is. They're having a pillow fight. True. That doesn't change anything about the unwholesomeness, right, Relentless? Sayaka? Okay, so the person who took the knife from the kitchen was... I mean, I believe that could have happened still. Oh, I have a timer.
I got it! Then, Sayaka is the one who took the knife?
Just because she took the knife doesn't mean that, you know, just because someone took the knife doesn't mean they're the killer, necessarily.
That's the only possibility. And thinking back on it, she was acting kind of unusual.
Interesting. And Springy Cute, how are you doing? Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream.
When she came into the dining hall, she didn't even look at us. She just went straight to the kitchen.
Interesting.
As she left, she said she just wanted a drink of water. But most likely...
then the person who took the knife was the victim herself.
Aha. I mean, that's what I would love to vote for, Krem.
I'm sure she just took it for self-defense.
That was my guess.
So you're saying the knife she took was then taken from her, and she was killed with it? In that case, you may not have taken the knife, but you still could have killed her.
Hey, dang it. That puts me right back in the frying pan, doesn't it? Let's see. And you love the Danganronpa, and you're a big fan of it. I've never played one before, Springy. This is actually my first playthrough, the third stream, but my first time ever really trying one.
What?
Really digging it so far, though.
See? He did do it after all.
She's so happy about that. Man, I hate you, Toko.
No, you're wrong.
Get wrecked.
So, that's how you would twist the argument and send us all off in the wrong direction?
Like, a lot of them just seem dumb, right? But she seems malicious.
You possess a most terrifying talent.
Damn, if I don't do something, they're gonna blame me for the murder. Don't they understand? If they convict me, everyone's gonna die.
Hold on. It's still too early to decide conclusively that Makoto is the killer, wouldn't you say?
Thank you, Kyoko.
Because you see, if the room did belong to the killer, then they did something most bewildering.
Unscrewing the doorknob. We knew how to open that door.
And until we unravel that little mystery, you simply can't declare that he's the killer.
I mean, I understand wanting to pin the murder on somebody, of course. It's the whole point of this game, right? And you go for the obvious answer, because 90% of the time, that is the obvious answer. That's why whenever somebody gets killed, like, you know, in a household, you go straight for the spouse. It's 90% of the time, that's who killed them, right?
Bewildering? What the hell are you talking about?
Something was missing from the scene of the crime that by all rights should have been there. You know what I'm talking about, don't you?
Oh, your first Hangman's Gambit is about to begin. Would you like to hear more? Wait, something that should have been there that wasn't. I mean, we saw things that were there that probably shouldn't have been there, like that piece of clothing. Well, that was in the murder room, though, but I can't think of anything off the top of my head that should have been there that wasn't. Yeah, let's hear more. Give me tutorials, please. As the things advance further in the class trial, the Hangman's Gambit will eventually take place. The point of this is to reveal an important phrase related to the incident in question. You'll have to deduce the phrase from the letters flying around and the letters already known. Complete the phrase by shooting down the flying letters in the right order. Oh my god, I have to spell something out. Use the left stick to aim and press the Y button to shoot the desired letters. I'm going to be so lost, I'm just going to say something like totally random, like hat. How's that? Hi, Sophia. How you doing? Oh, is that Minnie Mouse? My niece just popped in to say hi. Oh, you going? Bye, Sophia. Have a good one. I can't wait for your birthday party. She's so cute. And Hangman's Gambit is so much worse in the second game. So is it easier in this one, Relentless? I'll take that. If you shoot down the wrong letters, you'll suffer damage to your influence gauge. If the gauge reaches 0 or you run out of time, you fail. Well then, good luck and have fun. Okay, something that should have been at the scene but wasn't. That must be the crucial point. If we can... Oh! Okay, first thing I'm thinking of is a tool. I don't know why it would be left in the scene, but there should have been a tool used to unscrew the doorknob. That's my first guess. But it is this one that has the Hangman's Gambit where the phrase is factually incorrect. Oh, is there one time where there's like a broken one? Can't tell. I might need help with that. All right. I doubt I'm going to have to spell out screwdriver, though. Oh, H. My gosh. I have no idea what word they're looking for. H-U-I? H-A-I? Can't be R. H-O-I? Hoy? What word? What the hell word is like this? Oh, I'm terrible at this. I'm just gonna run out of time. Can I get a lifeline? I'm just gonna try one randomly. This is silly. Sure. Did that do anything? I'll have to do it multiple times. Okay. Hair? Oh, hair! That's right. There should have been hair at the case because it got cleaned up. Totally forgot about that. Derp.
That's right. There wasn't a single hair on the floor.
You know, if I don't lose a lot of time with it, Cantel, it might be good if I just, like, fail it, and then you guys can help me the second time.
So, the culprit removed some evidence?
Yes. And if I were the culprit, why would I need to get rid of all the hair in my own room? It wouldn't be unusual at all to find my hair at the crime scene if the crime scene is in my room.
That's a good point.
The reason all the hair was gone was to remove any trace that Sayaka had ever been there. That makes sense, does it not?
No. If that were the case, they would have had to do something about the body itself, not just her hair.
That's true. They did not remove any idea that she was there. They left the entire body.
Yes, very true, very true.
Okay, then why wasn't there any hair on the ground?
The killer got rid of it all, of course, to remove any trace that they had ever been there.
Wait, then that means...
Precisely. It's simply beyond reason to believe that the room's owner and the killer are one and the same.
Thank you, Kyoko.
Then Makoto isn't the culprit?
Are you sure we can decide something so important based solely on the absence of some hair?
I mean, I don't think that's bulletproof, but it's something. I'll take anything.
No. There are other reasons that prove why Makoto couldn't have done it.
I would like to hear these reasons.
Do you remember anything remarkable about the bathroom at the scene?
Well, there was numbers written on the wall.
Sayaka was attacked in the main room first, then fled into the bathroom, right?
Yeah, then they ran after her, got into the bathroom, and stabbed her.
Oof.
And how did the killer get into the bathroom? Did they have any trouble with it?
What do you mean?
It's fairly certain that the killer had some trouble getting into the bathroom.
Okay, I think Kyoko might be my favorite character now.
There was clear evidence left behind. Do you remember, Makoto?
She's playing the game for me. I love it. The killer struggled getting into the bathroom, and the evidence that proves it is the object the killer broke. This totally reminds me of Ace Attorney right now. So we need to find the door frame, or the doorknob. Here we go. Present with Y.
I got it! Evidence that
Objection!
The killer had trouble getting into the bathroom. You're talking about the doorknob, right?
Huh? The doorknob? What doorknob?
The doorknob for my bathroom. It was completely broken. See how the top part was unscrewed? and the doorknob's about ready to fall off.
It's almost like we take pictures of all these things and show them to people.
Oh yeah, true. But what does it mean?
In trying to bypass the lock, they ended up nearly removing the entire doorknob. This is another most bewildering act for the room's owner. It proves Makoto is beyond suspicion.
So what? You're saying he wouldn't break the door in his own room?
Oh no, I mean, the door was kind of broken to begin with, so.
But if the only choice you have is to break it, you break it. There's nothing bewildering about it.
You still don't see? Okay then. Let's take another look at how the incident unfolded. Hopefully that will help you understand.
Kyoko said it was a bewildering act. I almost didn't notice it at first, but is that the key point here? There's a bit more to learn about non-stop debates. Would you like to hear more? Yes! Give me the information dumps. From here on out, the number of weak spots will start going up. But no matter how many weak spots, there's essentially only one lie or contradiction in that debate. What I'm trying to say is, not all weak spots you see are necessarily false. Use the truth bullet on the wrong one, and not only will you fail to refute what they said, but you will also lower your trust with everyone, and your influence gauge will take damage. Now this is important, because if your influence gauge reaches 0, you fail. Okay, here's a question for you guys. If I want to hear the whole conversation before picking one, is that possible? Or do you just have to pick it as soon as you see it? Just hoping it's the best one. You'll have to rely on your own logic to determine which weak spots are actually lies or contradictions. Well then, good luck and have fun. Oh, here we go. You can listen to it. Okay, good. Maybe I won't be in a rush to just pick something out. Unless it's very obvious to me, I might leave it alone.
The incident took place in Makoto's room. Sayaka was first attacked in the main room.
That's probably true.
She then fled into the bathroom.
Then the killer ran after her. And they got into the bathroom.
At that point, the killer had to try and bust down the door, because Sayaka had locked it.
And
that
finally,
locked it might be incorrect.
The culprit had Sayaka cornered.
And to finish the job, they stabbed her with the kitchen
That was
knife.
incorrect. I wish I could rewind.
You, wasn't it, Makoto? Admit it.
You can't lock it because it was a guy's room.
We already know the answer.
It's not because the door was locked. No, there's a different reason entirely. They actually kind of give you a hint there.
The incident took place in Makoto's room.
Sayaka was first
Then the killer ran, and they got into the bath. At that point, the killer,
because Sayaka had locked it.
Oh!
Finally, the
I missed.
culprit had
To finish the job.
It was you. We already
I'm running
know
out of
the
time.
answer.
The incident took place. Sayaka
Okay,
was
chipmunks,
first,
let's
she
get there
then fled
again.
into
Then the killer ran, and they got into the bath. At that point,
The killer had to try, because Sayaka had locked it.
Bam!
No, that's wrong.
Gotcha. That was good to know that it
The reason
loops.
my bathroom didn't open wasn't because it was locked.
I had no idea initially that it looped all the way around. That's really handy.
After all, the girls' rooms are the only ones with locking bathrooms, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yes, now that you mention it, that is true.
Then why didn't your bathroom door open?
Because it was stuck.
Huh? What are you talking about?
My bathroom door doesn't fit in the frame quite right.
I love the music in this game.
Monokuma over there can testify to that.
It's just perfect for the style they're going for.
Yep, true as true can be. But you're supposed to be the ultimate lucky student, right? But to have such a cruddy door.
Maybe I'm lucky in that that's going to be part of the evidence that, proves me innocent.
That's not lucky at all.
So the reason the door didn't open was just because it was stuck.
It's good.
But the killer didn't know that and assumed it was locked. So they took.
Okay,
Oops.
but then why would the killer even think the door was locked in the first place? Everyone should have known you can't lock any of the boys' bathrooms.
Because they tried to open it and it wasn't opening?
The killer could easily make that mistake, thanks to one important detail about the scene of the crime.
So the killer was convinced the bathroom door was locked. So they didn't know that the door actually couldn't be locked. Okay, my guess is that he thought that it could be locked because someone switched the nameplates around. So he assumed it was actually the female's door. In other words, the important detail about the scene of the crime is that they didn't know was Let's see here. In other words, the important detail about the scene of the crime that they didn't know was that the crime took place in my room. They didn't know it was my room. They thought it was Sayaka's room.
I got it!
I think that's it.
The killer must not have realized that it was my room.
Yeah.
What? Are you saying the culprit didn't even know where he was? That's inconceivable.
Inconceivable.
And yet, he's absolutely right.
Say what?
Oh my gosh.
Well, to be more specific,
I don't know when it actually happened, Michael, because it was like overnight at like 1:30 in the morning. But yeah, it must have been before, at least based on our logic with this argument. That's why they thought it was locked.
what the killer didn't know was that Makoto and Sayaka had switched rooms, which is what led to the misunderstanding about the bathroom. If Sayaka had been in her own room, then
there would have been a lock on the door, and they would have had to break through.
So they had no idea how unnecessary their actions were.
Ultimately, we can't know if it came open by force or simply by accident. But
can't tell. That hair is so ridiculous. I love it.
The killer must have been considerably confused, with no idea how they actually got the door opened.
Regardless, it was a pointless act. Wasting time trying to break down a door that wasn't locked is
definitely something I wouldn't do, since I would have known exactly why it wasn't opening, right?
That is a definite possibility.
Yeah, they're starting to come around a little bit.
So the killer would have to be someone who didn't know they'd switched rooms?
Then Makoto couldn't have done it.
That's what I've been trying to tell you.
Okay, then who did do it?
I'm sorry, but I give up. Quit without saving.
Was that kind of breaking the fourth wall there? Quit without saving. What?
But what happens if we can't decide on who we think did it?
Well then, why don't we just vote right now? Majority rules.
Majority rules? Do you really think that's a good idea?
Yeah, our necks are on the line here. Someone seriously needs to do something. For serious.
Serious, guys. That's true. Or we could be pretending that we don't know, right? Can't tell. That would be smart for a killer.
Does no one have any other thoughts or questions? It does not matter how trivial they may seem.
Oh, as a matter of fact, I do have one question.
Thank you.
Oh, you.
Oh, you.
You don't gotta sound so disappointed.
I love it.
It's fine, it's fine. Just ask your question.
Oh yeah. Okay, so, well, I was just wondering, how did the culprit get into Makoto's room in the first place?
That's a fantastic question.
Yes. How did the killer get inside?
Maybe Sayaka just dropped the key somewhere and the culprit picked it up. That's possible, right?
I don't think so. That seems way too convenient.
Then maybe someone picked the lock?
Maybe.
Negative! If you remember, Monokuma made it quite clear that the locks are all unpickable.
Oh, I forgot about that, yeah.
Fine. How about this? The killer got in the easy way. They could have knocked and said they wanted to talk or something, and Miss Maizono just let him in.
Now, we don't think that happened because we had that talk with her. She said, I'm not going to let anybody in, even if it's you.
No, that can't be it either.
Oh, trying to argue against me? Sounds like someone doesn't know his place. Hello? Why exactly can't that be it?
It's got the weirdest tie. It's just like pointing up to him. No words or anything, just an arrow up to his face. Because she asked me to do something in particular because of how frightened she was. That's the answer right there. There's no way Sayaka let someone in because... Let's see... Where is the option for that? Oh, I'm not seeing it. And Zach the Gamer. Hey, thank you so much for the follow, Zach. I appreciate it. Welcome to the stream. There's no way we let them in because... I mean, it's what we talked about, but I don't really see that as an option here. Did I not? Maybe there's something else I need to think about. That doesn't make sense. That doesn't make sense. I think the switching rooms is the thing, because us switching rooms is what prompted that discussion regarding don't let anybody in, but not even me. I think this is it. Oh, you can actually look at more details. Yeah, I think this is it.
I got it! Because Sayaka was already scared, remember? That's why she asked me to switch rooms in the first place.
The same goes for you, Sayaka. No matter who it is, don't open your door for anyone. Even if I'm sure it's you, I absolutely won't open it. Otherwise, what's the point of even switching?
Knowing what she'd been through, I just can't believe she would have opened the door for anyone.
What if her being scared was a lie?
Huh?
That'd be weird. What is she trying to do then?
Well, what the hell is that supposed to mean? Why would she lie about something like that?
I know you don't want to consider it, but look at this and tell me. Can you still deny the possibility?
Oh, there's a note. What is that? There's something I want to talk to you about. Just us two. In 5 minutes. Come see me in my room. And that was from Sayaka. Check the nameplates to make sure you don't get the wrong room, okay?
I found a notepad during my search, and I shaded in the top sheet with a pencil.
Wow, that would have been nice to share earlier. You know, it's so funny. I mean, once again, don't compare this to like a real trial, but like in a real trial, you know, you have to give all evidence before things get started. So everybody knows what's going to be happening. You don't just like randomly bring things up out of nowhere. Everything has to be submitted and gone over first.
And these are the words that appear.
Oh man, I've totally seen people do that on detective shows.
I think she even told us she was withholding evidence though, Krem, because we were trying to get help from her, and she's like, nah, you gotta do this on your own. I'm gonna keep my secrets.
When you write, it can leave an imprint. Sketch over the next sheet of paper, and you can see the words. When I saw that, I was like, holy crap. I better make sure I rip the paper out before I use it from now on.
It's a pretty old-fashioned technique, but even the classics can be surprisingly useful sometimes. Oh, and I should also mention, I found the notepad on the desk in Makoto's room.
Yeah, right, Sheely? But it's not only us figuring out by ourselves. She found evidence, important evidence, literally took it out of the game, so I don't even have access to find it. So I don't know how I can figure all this out by myself when there's literal evidence just missing. I can never find it.
Huh? Which means only someone who had been in Makoto's room before the incident could have written it.
But it does make it nice and dramatic.
Then either it was Makoto who lived there, or Sayaka who switched rooms for a single night.
So, Makoto, did you write this?
Hell no, I didn't write that.
No, I didn't. But...
Oh, is that the same voice actor for that, Relentless? That's cool. Time for bed, Joker. And the notepad that... Oh, that's right. We did try looking at it, and it said it was irrelevant. That's true. But she was smart enough to actually, like, do something with it, right?
Of course you didn't. Because the note also bears a perfectly legible signature. Sayaka's signature.
Then that note... Sayaka wrote it?
But why? Why would she write that?
Oh, excuse me. Yes, Simone. I think we're getting pretty close to the end of this one, though.
The note was likely her way of getting in touch with a certain someone. She must have slid it under their door to let them know she wanted to meet with them in secret.
If you got an invitation like that from the ultimate pop sensation, what young man could resist?
Oh, gosh.
Of course, I'm only into 2D, so it wouldn't have any effect on me.
This guy.
But can we be sure anyone even got this note? And honestly, even if they did, I do not think they are at all involved in what happened.
Huh? What makes you say that?
It's kind of presumptuous, isn't it?
Would you like to hear what I have to say? Very well then. Pay attention.
This is wild. Oh, crap. I gotta pay attention to this. Dorm nameplates.
Sayaka and Makoto switched rooms, correct?
Yes.
But in the note, the place they were asked to come to, it specifically says, my room.
I see. So if someone read that note, then they would have gone to Sayaka's room.
Exactly. The room that Makoto was staying in. So in other words, even if someone did read the note and did what it said, they would not have any connection to what happened.
It certainly would seem that way.
But with the room nameplate switching, it's kind of hard to tell like what order something happened. Okay, this one I'm confused about. So they're saying that she wrote a note and gave it to somebody saying, be sure you come to my room. But then depending on when the room nameplate was changed, like it's kind of hard to know. It really just depends on if the nameplate was switched before or after that happened, you know? So I have to assume that it happened before and that they were still going to the correct room because of the nameplate switch. The killer went to my room instead of Sayaka's, and the reason for that is it has to be because of we got switched between my and Sayaka room. Let me read that again.
Sayaka and Makoto switched rooms, correct?
Yes.
But in the note, the place they were asked to come to, it specifically says, my room.
I see. So if someone read that note, then they would have gone to Sayaka's room.
Exactly. The room that Makoto was staying in.
I think that's the problem.
No, that's wrong.
Break! I hope that was correct. I don't know how you can tell when you're right or
Nameplates
not.
on Mai and Sayaka's rooms got switched.
They got switched?
That's right. The nameplates got switched, just like the rooms themselves.
That is true, Sheely. When it said you need to look at the nameplates, like, Because if I had always known that like hers was the third room down, saying look at the nameplates makes me think that she knew it was incorrect. Okay, it doesn't tell you right away when you got it wrong. And playing on normal difficulty means it's so funny watching the first case with the preloaded truth bullets and you start wrestling with like 7. Oh dang, that really changes things, doesn't it, Cantel?
As a result, the nameplate on Sayaka's room actually had Makoto's name. And the nameplate on Makoto's room had Sayaka's.
So what you're saying is the room Sayaka was staying in was actually marked as her room.
Yep.
Then, if someone did do what the note said, they would end up at Makoto's room where Sayaka was.
Plus, their rooms are right next to each other, so switching the nameplates would be no problem. And the one who switched the names was... Well, of course it wasn't you, right, Makoto?
Are you just asking me? It wasn't, but...
Right?
Okay, then who did it?
There's only one person who could have switched the nameplates. The only other person who knew we had switched. The only other person who knew we had switched rooms. I mean, my guess is that Sayaka switched it, because it is very sus that she says, be sure you look at the room name, the name tag. And she knew that we switched rooms, so I'm guessing her.
I got it! Me and Sayaka were the only ones who ever knew about us switching rooms.
Krem, me is the obvious answer.
So the only other person besides me who would even know to switch the nameplates was Sayaka.
You can also infer as much from her note.
There's something I want to talk to you about, just us two. In 5 minutes, come see me in my room. Check the nameplates to make sure you don't get the wrong room, okay? Yeah, totally sus. Totally sus. Now that we've established it was not me, I gotta confess, it was actually me.
She specifically tells the reader to check the nameplate. She would only have written that if she knew the nameplates had been switched.
Yep.
But why would she switch them in the first place?
She wanted someone to come to the room she was in, and also hide the fact that it was Makoto's room.
What?
Inviting someone to your room, but not telling them you'd switched rooms. Why would anyone do that?
To understand that, we first need to understand what happened after she invited the person into the room. That's where the answer lies.
What happened then was probably whoever she invited over came in and attacked her.
Well, we did see signs of a struggle with the sword and everything.
We figured it out! We know who did it! Whoever she invited over is the culprit!
But we still don't know who it is, you goddamn idiot!
Thank you, thank you. I think that's what happened, can't tell. You know, we always joke about the one brain cell. Kyoko has it all right now.
Sayaka fought with her killer there in the room, yes? Perhaps the answer to our previous question lies in that initial struggle.
Yes, I think you're right.
Then... we just have to figure out what happened during the fight, right?
That reminds me. There was a replica sword at the murder scene. Was that perhaps used during the fight?
Who has gold on their hands? That's the question.
Oh yeah. What's the deal with that sword?
Sayaka suggested I should hold on to it. I thought it might come in handy if I had to defend myself.
Yeah, Mom said it's my time on the brain cell.
It seems pretty likely that the killer used it to break Sayaka's right wrist.
How the hell could you possibly know that's what broke her wrist?
Well, because it had gold on her wrist. The reason I know Sayaka's wrist was broken with the fake sword is because when you look at her wrist, there's no doubt. It was right here.
I got it! All you have to do is take a good look at her broken wrist, and it should become pretty clear. Right there where her wrist is all swollen. There's something glittery there. See?
Is that gold?
It sure is. Specifically, the gold coating from the replica sword.
Man, I hate stuff that has like glitter on it, like Christmas decorations and things like that. I almost try to avoid buying those just because they're such a mess.
You barely have to touch that stuff, and it'll stick right to you. And there's some on her wrist because...
I got it! Because she got hit with the sword, right there on her wrist!
Brilliant, Taka. Brilliant.
I see. And so the truth draws ever closer.
All right, then it's about time to solve this mystery.
What happened in my room and what led to Sayaka's death, that's what we need to make clear. There's a bit more to learn about non-stop debates. Yeah, give it to me, game. Died of paper cuts. Glitter is the herpes of the arts and crafts world. I love that terminology. Nice. And she was doing arts and crafts before she died. It makes total sense. And it happened to break her wrist, right? Are you getting used to these non-stop debates? Hardly. Starting with the next debate, I'll start loading the multiple truth bullets into your truth cylinder. But just like with the weak spots, only one of these bullets can actually refute the proper statement. In other words, from here on out, you'll have to combine the right truth bullets with the right weak spots to refute each statement. If you come up with the wrong combination, you'll take damage to your influence gauge. You can press the left bumper to rotate the cylinder and choose which bullet to fire. Oh, crazy. Okay, so now I have to not only pick the contradiction or lie, but have the evidence that actually refutes that, right? Or you can hold down left bumper and use the left stick to select a specific bullet. I hate that. Just the S, all by itself. They couldn't just like move it over down there. By the way, if the logic difficulty is set to kind, fewer bullets will be loaded into the cylinder. For our purposes this time, the logic difficulty will be set to mean. Why? Well then, good luck and have fun. They're gonna put it on hard? Okay, replica sword sheath, the kitchen knife set, and the replica sword.
When the fighting broke out, the culprit grabbed the sword, and that's when the first blow was dealt. A sword-based sneak attack.
And that's what broke Miss Mizono's wrist.
So she tried to fight back.
Might have been the sheath that
She
did the
grabbed
action.
the kitchen knife she had hidden away.
But then the culprit took that from her too.
No, I think she grabbed the
And
sheath.
they killed her with it.
And that's exactly what happened.
I think that's my contradiction. It's the sword sheath, and that's what she grabbed to defend herself. If the person with the sword really did attack first, There's no explanation for how a certain part of the sword got damaged. Oh, okay, they kind of gave it to me, but I figured it out.
The culprit, and that's when the sword-based sneak.
And that's what broke. So she tried to fight back.
Like
She
right here.
grabbed the kitchen knife she had hidden away.
What? You think something I said was wrong?
Shoot!
Oh, I was not correct there. Oh, I need to think about it one more time. There must be a contradiction in there somewhere.
When the fighting broke out,
Okay, let's try this again.
The culprit, and that's when the first
sword-based sneak attack.
And that's what broke Miss Mizono.
So she grabbed the kitchen knife she had hidden
See,
away.
I thought she grabbed the
But then
sheets to protect
culprit
herself.
took that from her too.
And they killed her.
And that's exactly what happened.
Maybe it's the first one, actually.
When the fighting
That doesn't make sense to me, but I'm gonna do
That's
it.
when the first
A sword-based sneak attack.
No, that's wrong.
Okay, there we go. Sometimes, and this is also flashbacks to Ace Attorney, but
Actually,
sometimes,
no. I don't think the fight started with the sword.
like, the logic in my head sounds right, but it just doesn't connect with the way they're giving it.
Why not?
Because the sword sheath had been scratched. See? There's a gash in it. Like someone cut into it with something sharp.
Maybe the opposite happened. Maybe Sayaka had the sword, self-defending herself, and the killer was using that to protect themselves.
Something sharp? You mean like the kitchen knife? That was the only sharp thing found at the scene.
Stop jumping ahead. Slow down and explain it so I get what the hell's going on.
Poor Mondo. Can you dumb it down a little bit for me, please?
If the sword was used first, there wouldn't be any explanation for the scratch on the sheath. If you were going to attack with the sword, you'd take it out of the sheath first, right?
That's true. With the sheath on, it'd be heavy and bulky and useless as shit.
Okay, so how did the sheath get damaged?
If they got attacked with the kitchen knife, maybe they grabbed the sword as a defensive impulse.
Okay, so they're kind of going with the idea that it wasn't even taken out of the sheath. You know, it was like still in there when it was defending. And if it wasn't mean in the tutorial case, it would have literally been exactly what you just done. That makes sense. A little too easy.
In that situation, there wouldn't be any time to actually unsheath the sword.
Relentless. You're so good at coming up with those. They're all so false. But they are funny memes.
So you're saying the sword was initially used to defend against an attack from the knife?
Which means whoever had the kitchen knife was the one who attacked first.
I think I get it. So here's how it all played out. The culprit came in, found the kitchen knife hidden there somewhere. Then they took the knife and attacked Sayaka before she knew what was happening.
That doesn't sound very likely either. Of course, for that was.
So she grabbed the sword to defend herself, but then the culprit took that from her too. Then, after they broke her wrist with the sword, they took the knife and finished it.
Sorry, but I don't think Sayaka used the sword to defend herself.
What? How the hell can you not think that?
Because she never held the sword at all. There's a certain part of her body that makes this clear.
And the part of her body that shows she never used the sword. If you wanted to use a sword, which part of your body would have to touch it? Your palms. They weren't gold, right? I think they said that her hand was completely clean except for her finger that wrote with blood.
I got it! You're talking about her palms, right? The palms of her hands were perfectly clean. So I don't think she ever picked up the sword.
How can you know that just by looking at her palm?
Have you ever used glitter?
Like I said before, the gold coating on that sword comes right off. All you have to do is touch it. In fact, if you look, you'll notice that a lot of the gold has already come off the handle. It's safe to assume that's because whoever used the sword got some of it on their hands. There's really no way she could have picked it up and come away completely clean.
Maybe she washed her hands after she escaped into the bathroom.
Yeah, I'm sure when you're getting killed, that's the first thing you're gonna do.
Sorry, but I don't think so.
Why do you say that? Is it because you think I'm ugly?
Toko. Toko. Can you be any less likable?
No, that's not it at all.
There's no way Sayaka washed the gold coating off her hands because There's a certain regulation that talks about what happens to the bathrooms at nighttime. No water! There's no water during those times, right? And they go to a prestigious school only for the most exceptional of people, and they don't have time for glitter. Truly a tragic life. They've never seen it before. I mean, I understand lack of self-confidence, but when you throw it out like that, it just seems silly.
I got it! According to the Monokuma file, Sayaka's time of death was around 1:30 a.m.
Now, I will say this. Some people will think that in the back of their mind, but that's not something usually people with that lack of self-confidence will throw out there, you know? They don't usually come out with that right away. They wouldn't say that out loud. They just cry about it later thinking that nonstop after the fact.
In other words, at nighttime. And the water in the bathroom shuts off at nighttime, right?
Same, Krem. That would drive me crazy. I love to take a shower right before bed. A little bit crazy, right, Simone?
Oh, I didn't know that. Actually, I haven't taken a shower here yet.
How many days have we been here? Toko? Seriously?
Oh my.
Do you like that, Hifumi? I don't get that reaction. I'm scared.
You're no different. You smell like a big, fat, ugly donkey.
I'm not sure whether to take that as an insult or a compliment.
Oh, that's an insult. I don't know how you get a compliment out of that.
An insult, obviously.
So anyway, if Sayaka never touched the sword, then that means
These are the best and brightest, remember.
the killer is the only one who used the sword.
Michael, how do you do it? That was the perfect quote for that. Wow. I mean, I think eventually Samoan, her character will be funny and like you expect those kind of things. In a serious situation, it's just like blowing my mind, her reactions. Eventually I'd be like, oh yeah, there it is. There she is.
But hold on. If that's right, then the one who damaged the sheath with the kitchen knife was...
I want to say Sayaka is the one. We're thinking that she actually had the knife.
I got it! Sayaka? She had the kitchen knife?
But we already said that the attack started with...
Yes, Samoan. Yeah, I've never played this game before.
The person with the knife attacked first, and the sword was used as an impromptu defense.
If how dumb I've been about this wasn't obvious. Yeah, this is my first time. Seriously, nerd of stuff. How you doing, nerd? Good to see you. Yeah, he needs to be locked away and have the key thrown away.
Then the one who attacked first was...
Sayaka?
Now do you understand? She wasn't a blameless victim in this.
Mm-hmm.
No, far from it. It's almost as if she'd been planning to commit a murder of her own.
This game's already going overboard. I love it, Samoan.
She took the knife from the kitchen, then invited the culprit to the room she was staying in.
It was a trap.
And if it's true that she had the kitchen knife and attacked without provocation...
It's a trap.
Indeed. These are all the actions of an assailant.
Which brings up another point. Makoto, Sayaka was the one who suggested you two switch rooms, correct? Maybe the reason she wanted to switch rooms was so that she could pin the crime on you. That is a possibility, is it not?
Oh, that's pretty smart, Celeste. Yeah, okay, now that's making total sense.
Sayaka wanted to... on me?
Man, she used you, played you like a fiddle. Played me like a fiddle. Anyway, I was saying that was my favorite character in the beginning.
That would also explain why she would switch the nameplates.
Apparently I'm not the greatest judge of character.
She wanted to get whoever she had targeted to come to Makoto's room where she was staying. And by committing the murder there, instead of her room, that would implicate Makoto. But for that to work, the target had to be lured out while still keeping the room swap a secret.
It was actually a pretty good plan.
If the target knew she had switched rooms, they would have become suspicious right away.
So all that's why she switched the names?
And then we would have looked crazy after the fact, assuming Sayaka's plan worked. saying, this wasn't even my room.
But doesn't that plan seem a little risky? For one thing, even if her plan worked, Mr. Naegi would just tell everyone they'd switched rooms.
Who'd believe me?
I don't know. I'm not sure our soft-hearted Makoto is capable of that kind of cutthroat behavior. I'm sure Sayaka realized the same thing, which is why out of all of us, she asked him to switch rooms.
Plus, she was the ultimate pop sensation.
Dude, our heart is just getting ripped out. Like we're gonna be a shell of a person after this, you know?
A totally forgettable kid. Or a national superstar. Who are you more likely to believe?
She's got an evil smile.
Wait, then you're saying she had this all planned out?
Holy shit!
But in the end, her plan backfired. She launched her attack with the knife, then found herself under attack in turn.
Okay, now, the only weird thing about this is you would have thought somebody would have come clean of what happened immediately, right? You could just say like, oh, but then they would still blame it on you, I guess. Because it was like self-defense. Is it really considered murder at that point? I guess it still is. So no, they do have to keep it a secret. That makes sense.
That must be when her wrist got broken. And she...
The tables were suddenly turned on her, and she died at the hands of the one she'd planned to murder.
Just hold on! That can't be true!
Sorry, Makoto. You got played, dude. Yeah, she was a little too friendly. At first, I just played it off as like, oh, yeah, anime, you know? But no, they turned the tables. That was pretty smart.
Because...
Hey! You guys have totally derailed the argument. You're being super boring right now. Come on, hurry up and decide who did it.
Are you kidding me? This is like the most exciting part of this whole trial.
Wouldn't it be awful if I had to punish you all just because you ran out of time?
True, we do have a time limit. Who the hell could it be? Okay, so I think the big evidence we have to think about now is who got rid of the evidence. You know, who was using the incinerator, who threw the crystal ball.
Oh yeah, we gotta decide who we think did
That
it.
might be the only clue.
Makoto, right now you just need to concentrate on figuring out the answer to this mystery. If we can't uncover who murdered Sayaka, it's over for all of us.
Is it really all over? Obviously I'm committed to find out who killed her, but what can I do? I mean, as far as clues go, there's nothing left. Oh no. I mean, the crystal ball was obviously used to do some stuff, which is the clairvoyant, that guy's thing? I'm not sure. So there's, oh yeah, and the dying message.
It's easy just to say, hey, decide who did it. But there just aren't any more clues, right?
I think that's what I have to hit.
Very well.
There's the
Then
number.
let's review all the clues we've found up to this point one more time.
Do we really have time for all that?
Die! If we don't do something, we're all gonna die!
Do you guys typically let the whole thing play out before you pick something? Yeah. So I think the first one I have to respond to.
Decide who did it. But there just aren't any more clues, right?
No, that's wrong.
And whatever that 5-digit number meant.
There still might be one clue left. Sayaka's dying message.
Toko's always losing it, isn't she?
Dining? Wait, what did you say?
Dining? Somebody say food?
The dying message. She wrote something on the wall behind her, remember? 11037. Written in her own blood. There must be a clue about the killer hidden in there.
Well, before we get too far into that, I need to ask, can we really be sure that Sayaka is the one who wrote it?
Only because her finger actually had blood on it. Still, it could have been faked, but it kind of makes it more likely. There's no question that Sayaka wrote that message, and I can prove it. Her left index finger. Her right wrist was broken, but this makes me think that.
I got it! Her left index finger had blood on it.
That's the number she had to call in there to get the pizza, right? Yeah, and how did the pizza delivery guy get in? I mean, in under 30 minutes or your pizza's free. They had to. They're the ones that unscrewed the bathroom door.
That could only be because she used that finger to write the message.
I see. She broke her right wrist during the fight, so she'd have to use her left hand to write.
Mm-hmm.
Sure. I think we can all agree Sayaka wrote it. But still, what the heck do those numbers mean? 11037?
Hey, Chihiro. You're a computer nerd or whatever, right? You should know all about numbers and shit.
Hey, I resemble that remark.
No, that's not... Yes, I'm a programmer, but I don't see any kind of meaning in these numbers.
Of course. It's because they're not numbers.
They're wingdings.
Oh, yeah, it looks like...
Huh? What? What?
No, it's just, look at the numbers, assuming they're not numbers. Don't these first two, 1-1, look less like two numbers and more like one letter?
I mean, there is kind of like a line going down diagonally, kind of like an N. Is she trying to write Noel? Like Christmas? Was it Santa Claus?
Ah, you're right. The connecting line is barely there, so I assumed it was 1-1, but looking at it now, you could also read it as an N.
I do really like the spazzing out kind of pictures. It looks like she's almost having a seizure or something. The man who speaks in hands. And the 3 kind of looks like a backwards E. Yeah, exactly, right? And if it said Lint, you'd be able to continue. Yeah, Hifumi would get that right away, wouldn't he?
Whoa, you might have finally just said something worth a shit.
Our little gray cells are really getting excited now.
I do like those portraits freaking out.
But even if that really is an N, N037, doesn't make any more sense than before.
But it was because she's writing with her only working hand and she's kind of like writing it backwards, right? I think they said, like, think about where she was sitting and how she could have written that as she was dying. Her other hand was broken. She couldn't have moved that over to, like, write easily, and it didn't have the blood on it. So my guess is it was, like, kind of backwards, upside down anyway. Damn it. It's no use. I just don't know. Yeah, Santa snuck the pizza guy in his present sack.
Rotate the image 180 degrees.
Oh, Jada, welcome back. Oh, your dad has COVID and you had to test before. And so are you waiting for the results right now? That sucks, Jada. I'm sorry to hear that about your dad. If we rotate it, it's Leon. Raccoon City.
Oh my god. Now I see. She wrote down the killer's name.
Huh? You just shot past the clue part and right onto who did it.
Do we know who's named Leon in this? I don't remember.
So, whose name did she write?
Sayaka's dying message reveals the real killer's name. If you turn it 180 degrees, it should become crystal clear. Oh god. Whose name is Leon? Leon! There we go. This guy's Leon. That's right. I forgot this guy's name. He has been awfully quiet.
The key to solving this mystery was simply to rotate the writing 180 degrees.
When they introduced like all 16 characters at the very beginning, Sheely, I knew there was no way I was going to remember half of them.
If you turn the message around, it becomes the letters L-E-O-N. L-E-O-N. Or more accurately, Leon.
It's over, dude.
What the hell are you talking about? It's just a coincidence. It's just a bunch of random squiggles that happen to look like my name.
No, it's not random at all.
Yeah, totally. Coincidence.
She wrote that message on the wall behind her as she was leaning up against it. In that position, she couldn't move to write normally, and had to write upside down, as it were. And as a result, when you look at it standing in front of her, it ends up getting flipped.
What's funny is like that was just pure revenge. You know, she wasn't doing it because like, oh, this guy killed me. She was really the killer. She was trying to start it all. But when she got, She did that just for revenge.
Try it for yourself if you want. Write something sitting like her, and the letters will be inverted.
And man, this Kyoko figured it out so long ago. And Jada, you got negative, so you can go to your camp. That's awesome, Jada. Congratulations. I'm glad you could do that still. Be sure you get tested again right beforehand, though. Sometimes, I don't know how quickly recently your dad got it, but, I mean, being around him, you can still get it.
That sounds like one hell of a stretch to me. I'm the killer? You can't just go and say shit like that.
If you're not the killer, then why did you try to destroy the evidence?
Oh, did he steal that crystal ball from the clairvoyant?
Huh?
You know what I'm talking about, right, Makoto? The evidence Leon tried to get rid of?
The evidence that Leon tried to get rid of. It's that thing I found on the ground in front of the incinerator, right? Oh, that was the shirt. Oh, is that part of his shirt? I didn't even pay attention to what he was wearing. I kind of forgot about that. This one right here.
I got it! You mean the burnt shirt piece I found laying on the ground by the incinerator, right?
As the killer stabbed Sayaka, they must have gotten some of her blood on them. And to dispose of the shirt covered in the victim's blood, they threw it into the incinerator.
But one piece burned off and got left behind.
And the killer didn't notice. If they had, they most certainly would have panicked. Isn't that right, Leon?
He must be wearing a backup white shirt.
But is one scrap of fabric enough to conclude that Leon is guilty?
I mean, it looks like you tore your shirt off right at the arms. So, I mean, that's kind of sus too, but I'm pretty sure you came to the school like that.
Yeah, I mean, Leon's not the only one wearing a white button-up.
That's right. There are plenty of other people here with shirts like mine.
Sounds so sus.
With just that one little charred piece, there's no way you can say for sure who it belongs to.
You're right. That alone isn't enough. But there are some other points that may reveal the truth.
I know, right, Sheely?
Are you finally starting to understand? The answers to all the riddles are right here.
Yeah, I think so.
The burnt remains of the button-up shirt, which the killer wasn't able to get rid of. There's something about it we need to pay attention in order to figure out who is responsible. Maybe the how it was disposed, because it's also important that they use that crystal ball to break it, right? I think this is it.
I got it! If we look closely at how the shirt was disposed of, we should be able to figure out who the killer is.
Oh, maybe Sheely. Although a lot of them wearing jackets, they could be wearing a white button up underneath. It's kind of hard to tell.
Oh yeah, that's a good point. I think I know what you're gonna say. You can't reach the incinerator without opening the gate in front of the trash room, right? And obviously, you wouldn't be able to hit the switch to turn it on either. You need the key to get in, and the one with the key was the person on cleaning duty. So the killer had to be whoever was in charge of taking care of the trash, right?
Nope.
Interesting.
It's delayed reaction. I know, you'd think the name would be enough, right, nerd? No, that's wrong. There was another way to use the incinerator without being the one on cleaning duty. And that's exactly what proves that Leon is the real killer. So we have to, like, talk about not getting in there with the key. Yeah, the crystal ball is our evidence.
The key to the trash room. Whoever was on cleaning duty must have had it, right?
So the only one who could get to the incinerator was the person in charge of the trash?
And you'd have to get close to the incinerator in order to destroy the...
That's it. You don't have to get close. Don't even need a second round for that.
Hold on. I think I know how someone could dispose of the evidence without using the trash room key.
Fumi's like still dying over there.
But if you can't get past the gate, you couldn't possibly turn on the incinerator, could you?
Yes, you could. If you used this.
What is it, some kind of glass ball? It's busted to hell.
Oh, Ellaby, welcome back. I mean, Hifumi definitely deserves to go to horny jail. I don't know if we have to kill him yet.
Actually, it was supposed to be a crystal ball, but,
But how would you use it?
So the killer had to use the glass ball in a certain way, which was throw it.
I got it! The killer simply took aim at the incinerator switch and threw the ball through a gap in the gate.
And Leon's jacket is the thing with the sleeve like that. I mean, he might have had other clothes, Sheely. I mean, the assumption is that somebody is missing a complete white shirt because they tossed it, but only part of it burned off and that sleeve was left over, right? So we wouldn't actually see them wearing the shirt right now. I don't remember what he was wearing before.
All they had to do was hit that switch, and the incinerator would come to life.
Someone threw a gap in the gate?
Remember what you said before, Hifumi?
Huh? Someone turned the incinerator on? Very strange. I'm quite certain it was it was off last I was down here. Perhaps it was a work of a fairy. You call Leon a
Hifumi had the
fairy?
key, so the only way the incinerator could have been turned on without his knowledge
I love it. Bop it, twist it, divine it.
was because the killer was able to hit the switch without opening the gate. Once they'd gotten the incinerator going, all they had to do was ball up the shirt and toss it in.
Yep.
Hey, come on! What the hell is this?
That makes more sense that part of it might be hanging out, you know? True. I mean, and especially in these kind of games, Sheely, they never change outfits. So...
All you have to do is look at the scene to know that the killer never actually went inside the trash room.
they just brought 20 outfits of the exact same clothing.
The shards of broken glass, the incinerator left running, the piece of shirt that escaped the fire. If the killer had been on cleaning duty, the evidence would have been taken care of much more thoroughly.
That makes sense.
Wait, no, just hold on.
But the distance from the gate to the incinerator has to be at least 30 feet, right?
Man, it would have to be somebody that's good at baseball.
The pinpoint accuracy you'd need to throw a glass ball that far and hit something that small. Could someone really do that?
Or maybe you're really good at those games at the fair.
That's right. There's no way. It'd be impossible.
Difficult, absolutely. Impossible? I don't think so. Because the
Leon,
killer is...
the ultimate yeeter. It wouldn't have been much of a challenge at all for the killer because he's the ultimate fanfic creator.
I got it! Because the killer is the ultimate baseball star. Isn't that right, Leon?
Leon!
Do you have any idea how stupid you sound right now?
I love that.
A target 30 feet away would surely be little challenge for the ultimate baseball star.
You can't be serious. I'm not the killer! These goddamn shipper brains have got it all wrong, I'm telling you!
You still won't admit it? Okay then. Makoto, go ahead and review the incident one more time to make his crime perfectly clear.
We just have to put all the pieces back together again? And can't tell. Not only do you get to shower in your clothes, wash your clothes and get clean, but then you can get sick afterwards, so you can take some time off work.
And with that, we can end this.
Listen to me! What the hell do you mean, end this?
At least for them, because they just always wear the same clothes.
Say what you want, Leon. But all the questions have been answered, and the truth has been revealed. Now here's what happened.
We got you, Leon. The closing argument is about to begin. Would you like to hear more? Give me more tutorials. Every case has one last element to bring the class trial to an end. This is the closing argument. In this phase, you will give a complete summary of the case. You'll have to reproduce the flow of the events for the case in the form of a comic book. That's kind of cool. However, you'll notice that in the comic, there are a number of pieces missing. It's up to you to complete the comic using the provided truth panels. Also, if you take aim at a missing section and press the A button, holy cow, you'll get a hint that might lead to a breakthrough. Well then, good luck and have fun. Dang, you were going real fast, Elodie. Good job. Keep at it. Essentially, that's what it sounds like they're doing, right? Okay, finish the thought. Okay, let's go back to the beginning, right? Wait, is it repeating? I think it's repeating. Where's the start of it? Okay, so somebody's coming in. I like how you can't actually tell who it is. Oh, that's the very end. Okay, it is from beginning to end. I feel like I want to go back to the beginning. Oh, they read from right to left. That's right, can't tell. Okay, so at the very beginning, start of Act 1. Let's see, what's the first thing that happens here? They're getting in the door, right? I believe. She's waiting. Okay, then she comes out with the knife about to attack him, and the sword's behind him. And then I'm going to say that he, like, grabs the sword and, like, blocks the attack. Oh yeah, that's right. You can look at hints too. They use that object to deflect the attack. So yeah, that would be this one, because it goes from right to left, up to down. So she is attacking, he blocks. He looks like he swings again, breaks her arm. And then I'm guessing she drops the knife because she doesn't have a knife here. And then she opens the door. Now she's panicking. They force the bathroom door open the only logical way. This would be the screwdriver. And it looks like he opened it, right? I think I missed this one. Did I miss one there? That could be at the end, actually. I'm not sure. I think that's the beginning, though. I'm like, what do I do with this one? I'm not sure. Maybe you don't actually use all the clues. After she was stabbed, Sayaka used the last of her strength to leave something behind. This would be the note right here. I'll see, this might be the one when he locks up. The killer used an item in my room to help dispose of the evidence. Item in my room. What is this thing? I can't even quite tell what that is. Oh, that's the shirt going in the incinerator. Oh, yeah, that's the cleaning step right there. Okay. And then he throws the shirt in there, I believe. Oh no, maybe that's the ball. The shirt gets thrown in first. Oh no, he turns it on first and then the incinerator. Okay, so this actually goes over here. First thing he does is actually turn on the incinerator. There we go. He burns the shirt. He's leaving, but then there's a little bit left at the end. I think we're done. And it doesn't give you any extra step. Well, there's this one right here. I wonder if I missed one. Or if I like picked a wrong one there. Let's look at the beginning again just to be sure. Genius recap, right, Cadzo? Yeah, when you read it the opposite way. He goes in the door and looks like he locks it or something. Yeah, there's no way that would go there. Okay, maybe I'm doing this wrong. She's waiting, he talks to her, and then she immediately attacks him. Yeah, it's one extra to confuse me. I just got to be sure I got it right. I think this is correct because I see her holding the knife there. Here she doesn't. She's not like wielding the knife like about to attack her. I feel like this is correct. I think it's going this way. He almost gets stabbed. You can see there's a sword behind him, and then he looks behind him. If we're going top down, I think that's what that is. I think we got it correct.
The killer is you! I think I'd better take one more look back at the case from the beginning.
Does that mean I got it wrong? Freak. Oh, that's cool. It plays out the entire thing.
Last night, the killer went to the room Sayaka was in. In other words, my room. From what we can tell, Sayaka invited that person there intending to kill them.
Hope we got
She
it.
attacked them with the knife she'd taken from the kitchen earlier.
Oh, he bumped it and then looked at it. Okay.
But then something happened that she wasn't prepared for.
Those animations help quite a bit.
They grabbed the fake sword I put in my room and fought back.
Oh, good. That does tell you when you got it correct right away, can't tell? Nice.
During the struggle, a strike from the sword broke Sayaka's right wrist.
Oh, the whole soundtrack is good. When I was actually looking for a song to play at the beginning of the stream, I kind of listened to a number of songs, and the whole soundtrack sounds great. And there's a ton of music, too. No, I didn't lay out my reasoning right. I need to rearrange the events of this case. Okay, so I got it incorrect. Okay, so I did screw it up. Oh, it actually takes away the incorrect one. So I was thinking I had to put that dropped knife there. But I guess it's kind of a repeat of what you see right here, isn't it? So I guess it's this one because it looks like she's kind of hurting or holding her arm, right? And then she quickly gets through the door. I think that's probably it then.
The killer is you!
Can I fast forward to that point? Oh, it starts right there. Perfect.
During the struggle, a strike from the sword broke Sayaka's right
There
wrist.
we go.
And that's
Done.
when she lost her grip on the kitchen knife. Finding herself cornered, Sayaka panicked and ran into the bathroom. The killer went after her, but couldn't get the bathroom door open.
This game even has, like, in the music, there's actually, like, lyrics. It's pretty cool.
What they didn't know was that my bathroom door got stuck easily, and there was a trick to opening it. Sayaka knew about that because I told her, but of course the killer had no way of knowing. So instead, the killer forced the door open, took the kitchen knife.
Yeah, everything went totally wrong for her, Gantel.
And stabbed Sayaka. But with what strength she had remaining, Sayaka left a dying message.
Why are you going to go after, like, one of the most athletic people here, too? You know, like the baseball star? Maybe pick an easier target.
To keep the killer from noticing, she wrote it on the wall behind her. And with that, all her strength was gone. With Sayaka dead, the killer quickly began destroying the evidence. First, they took off their shirt, which was covered in their victim's blood.
That's one thing I've never seen, is somebody clean up a murder scene with a lint roller. It's got to be a first for everything.
Then they took the lint roller in my room and cleaned up the entire area.
Oh, that would have been so easy, Sheely, right? He would have been totally unsuspecting. Although, he would have never gone because all he cares about is 2D, right?
They wanted to make sure they got rid of any trace they'd ever been there. Afterwards, the killer headed to the trash room to destroy their bloody shirt. They tried to burn the shirt using the incinerator there, but the trash room was blocked off by an especially sturdy gate, preventing access to the incinerator.
Well, not in their world, Sheely, I don't think.
So they came up with a plan to use Hiro's crystal ball, which he left in the laundry room.
I like that. Hifumi, just ew.
the killer managed to throw the ball through the gap in the gate and hit the incinerator switch.
That's still pretty dang impressive.
For any normal person, that'd be an impossible throw. But the killer had the confidence to take a shot. And that's because the killer was the ultimate baseball star. The crystal ball, thrown with absolute precision, hit the switch on the incinerator.
It looks more like a blue disc or something there. The art style is so crazy.
Which then quickly roared to life.
Yeah, like a frisbee, huh? I guess because it's moving so fast.
Having destroyed the final piece of evidence, they left the area with, I imagine, a sigh of relief.
They're kind of unknown looking character because you're not supposed to know what the killer looks like, obviously. It's kind of creepy.
But there was one thing they missed. Part of the shirt they'd thrown into the fire burnt away and fell out of the incinerator.
Yeah, I seriously love how they present this stuff, Michael. It's so cool.
The killer didn't notice this, and so left behind a piece of indisputable evidence.
Oh, that's cool.
Isn't that right, Leon?
Leon? Complete. We did it. Oh, that was so
cool.
cool.
The hero simply forgot his crystal ball in the laundry room. You went there to try and wash the blood out of your shirt, and that's where you saw it, right? Seeing the ball, you thought of a way to take care of everything.
So, Leon, do you object to anything that's been said?
Oh, yeah, he's going to object to everything.
Do I object? Hell yes, I object! Of course I do! I object, I object, I object!
It's like guilty people all the time claim not guilty.
I mean, all of this is just a bunch of stupid theories. You need evidence. Where's the evidence? Without evidence, it's all bullshit. It's bullshit and I refuse to acknowledge it.
Well then, I guess this is as good a time as any to present the evidence that proves you did it. Makoto, I believe you're in possession of that evidence.
I am? I have evidence? Your first bullet time battle is about to begin. Would you like to hear more? Yes? There's so many steps to this. It's crazy. And Sheila, either way, you imagine he was bluffing when he said that he wouldn't have went to Sayaka's room? True. Yeah, absolutely. That was a bluff. And it was all Hero's fault? Leon is volunteering for a prosecutor position, Ace Attorney. Yeah, true. Let's get this. Oh, this is cool looking. Sometimes during a class trial, your opponent simply won't want to hear what you have to say. When this happens, you will engage them in a head-to-head battle. We like to refer to this as a bullet time battle, aka BTB, BTW. During BTB, you want to destroy your opponent's statements in time with the rhythm. Oh, it's a rhythm game? Match your button presses with the tempo marker as they move across the screen and reach the center. I do like rhythm games. Press the A button to lock on to an opponent's statement. Destroy the statement you've locked onto with the Y button as the tempo marker reaches the center. Use this method to deal damage to your opponent. If you can't pull it off, you'll be the one in pain. Oh no. Do this consecutively and you'll start a combo. Keep this going and you'll initiate a tempo up. On the flip side, if you keep missing, you'll get a tempo down situation. When the tempo changes, so does the timing for hitting each button. So watch out for that. Deal enough damage to your opponent and their weak spot statement will appear. At that point, you can press the Y button to shoot it down with a truth bullet like any other statement. Refute their statement fast enough and you'll come out victorious. But just like before, if your influence gauge reaches 0 or you run out of time, you fail. Yeah, there's so many different steps, Michael. Although, you know what it kind of reminds me of? When we were playing Martha is Dead, they had a really complicated, involved, like photo picture kind of development system. I thought it was too much. After doing it a few times, I really liked it. Like, it was kind of relaxing and just neat and immersive. I love that nerd. Keeps it interesting, right? Yes, I have played Beat Saber, but I played Rock Band, Guitar Hero, Amplitude. I played tons of different rhythm games. Well then, good luck and have fun. So the only thing I'm confused
When
about
the
is
killer removed the screws from the doorknob, they didn't use anything from your room to do it.
I have to pick statements and then do the rhythm game. There's like a mixture of that somehow.
Instead, they must have used something that belonged to them.
Oh, Jada, what are you watching? They used something of their own to remove the screws. Could it have
I
been...
refuse to acknowledge you. You're stupid. Stupid, stupid, stupid.
Yeah, that's a great defense. Good job.
Stupid, 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 stupid.
Oh, he's innocent then, right? I have to show indisputable evidence that Leon is the killer. I need to figure it out. Oh, I thought we just had to play rhythm game. The moment of truth.
Where's your proof? You
Am I
kidding
supposed
me?
to press A to all these?
Not a chance.
Okay.
It wasn't me. Stupid. You lied. Stop talking.
I wasn't sure if I had to pick things or not.
Shut up.
I'm just worried about the rhythm right now.
You kidding me? Not a chance.
I can't look at anything else on the screen.
You lied. Shut up. Where's your proof? You kidding me? Not a chance.
Confess.
It wasn't me. Stupid.
Oh, I missed one. I think I missed one. Was I supposed to do something else? Or what else was going on there? That was just crazy. Why are you trying to break things, John? Maybe I'm doing it wrong. I don't know. A is just to lock on? Oh, because as I kept hitting it, it seemed to be doing a combo. And I thought you had to keep the combo up. But then it talked about, like, you have to pick things. I wasn't quite sure. Okay, nobody believes me. Nobody wants to hear what I have to say. Did I lose? I think that's over. Uh-oh. Have we already come to the end of the debate? Well then, the class trial's officially adjourned. Now it's time to reveal who's the black end. Okay, A to lock on and Y to break. When I was pressing A, it was actually doing the combo? I don't know what the hell that was. I needed a practice round. That was my practice round. It would appear that the one with the most votes is Makoto. Oh, it's over. We're gone. However, Makoto is not the black end. Too bad. Looks like the real killer gets to graduate. Congratulations to them. On the other hand, everyone else now must be punished.
Is this really the end for all of us?
Yeah, I didn't understand any of that game. What do you say? You want to give it another shot? Nah, we're dead. Now we're going to give it another shot.
To give up yet.
Let me please understand it my second time. I think part of the problem was the, whatchamacallit, the tutorial for that didn't give me any kind of control. It was just a bunch of exposition without really showing me what was happening in the minigame. No, I don't need to hear more. You already told me everything. It didn't make sense the first time. Okay, let's see how I do this. I kept locking onto statements. I actually didn't move anything.
Where's your proof?
So how do I lock onto a statement?
You kidding me?
I can't move
Not a
anything else on the
chance.
screen.
It wasn't me. Stupid. You lied.
When do I
Stop
press
talking.
it? Do I wait for him to say
Shut
something
up.
interesting?
Where's your proof? You kidding me? Not a chance.
I don't know what the hell I'm doing.
You lied.
I can't. The only control I think is. Oh, there's Y and A.
You kidding me?
Okay, so where's the important statements?
It wasn't me. Stupid. You lied.
Oh,
Stop
do I have to hit Y and then A every time? So I'm hitting two
Shut
buttons.
Up. Where's your proof? You kidding me? Not a chance. You lied. Shut up.
That was even worse than the last time. Press A and then press Y. I have to lock on with Y and then press A. This is something else. So you do what you're doing before, but you press Y sometime. What's the time you press Y? At least to me, it all seemed like kind of random messages. Did I hit the wrong one? Son of a biscuit. Okay. How do I continue that? I was trying to speed through it and just like quit. Oof. Don't tell me I have to do the whole thing again. Oh my god. Can I do a chapter select just to that right spot? Nope. I don't think there was an autosave. Yeah, I was just trying to rush through it and just I pressed the default option, which unfortunately is no. For some reason the default is no. I gotta redo the whole trial. Why would you make the default option no? Oh, this game. The charometer's dropping like a rock. Okay, let's see how fast we can get through all this. I'm so sorry, guys. That section was a mess.
And the murder took place.
I don't even know what I'm looking for
In
now.
the bathroom, so it seemed the killer must have taken.
It's like the first one, right? That one, maybe? I missed it. Oh no, that wasn't it.
I assert that the one who was killed and the murder.
I really don't want to pay attention to all this again.
The killer must have taken. She didn't even have a chance to resist.
Wasn't it? Okay. Which one? Oh, I think I missed
I
it.
assert that the one who was killed and the murder took.
In the bathroom, so it seemed the killer must have taken. She didn't even have a chance to resist.
Unfortunately, I'm going to be making mistakes speedrunning through this. You can save mid-trial? I don't remember having an option. That's good to know. Let's see how well I can do this without having any context, because I'm just going to jump right into it.
So what was used to kill him? There was some kind of without a doubt.
I just have to remember, it wasn't some random knife. It was the kitchen knife.
No, that's wrong.
Okay, good, good. So if you guys can kind of explain, and I'll try to read it while I'm doing this. How does that final game work? You press Y sometimes? Like, it seemed like Y was selecting the statements at the top, and A is just to keep with the rhythm,
So I guess
right?
there's no question, but where does that...
Makoto, he did it in secret. Nobody was in, and then he went and stabbed.
So he really did?
I think that first one was it. Nobody in the dining hall. Yeah.
So I guess there's no question, but where does that...
Makoto, he did it in secret.
No, that's wrong.
Yeah, I might have to read that tutorial again. It just didn't make sense. So A to lock onto statements, Y is to shoot them. But A is what you do the rhythm thing, and that's what was giving me the combo. So it doesn't feel like A's lock on.
Just to be perfectly clear.
And what was confusing to me is like, I can't choose what I lock onto. I can't like move a cursor or anything on the screen. Okay, the person who took the knife from the kitchen was Sayaka.
I got it!
You do both on rhythm. Okay. No. Don't need any more tutorials. So you alternate. So I just go A, Y, A, Y, A, Y. Okay, hair.
Now I understand.
So it locks on automatically. The biggest statement when you start the rhythm. Okay, the object the killer broke. I think this was talking about the doorknob.
I got it!
Yeah, good, good. This is just how good is my memory for each step.
The incident took place in Makoto's room. Sayaka was first attacked in the main. She then fled into the back.
Then the killer ran, and they got into the back.
At that point, the killer had to try and bust down the door because Sayaka had locked it.
No, that's
That was the one. Actually, we're probably not doing too bad of a speed run right now.
I got it!
There we go. Although I'm still trying to process a little bit as I go. So pressing A on beat locks onto the closest statement, and then after you press A, hit Y until the statement breaks. So if I, based on these things, I go A, Y, and then pick up the tempo, right? It's always alternating between those two buttons. Okay, there's no way Sayoko let someone in because... the nameplates. I think this was it. Nope. We embarrassed ourselves. She didn't let someone in because... switching rooms. That was it. I was thinking like the nameplates of switching rooms. No, it's the keys. There we go. Such a bummer. It's an incredibly long trial. Sucks to have to redo it all. Sorry, guys. Okay.
Sayaka and Makoto switched rooms, correct?
But in the note, it specifically says, I see. Then they would have gone to
exactly the room that Makoto was staying in.
So in other words, they would not have any...
It certainly would seem
I think it was the last one in that statement.
Sayaka and Makoto, but in the note, it specifically says, I see. Then they would have gone
exactly the room that...
No, that's wrong.
I think that was it. Oh, and it might take more presses. Okay. Not just one to break each one. The only person who knew we had switched rooms was Sayaka. And the first game's trials are shorter than the later ones. Oh, so they get even longer after this. When you look at her wrist, there was no doubt. What are we even talking about? Do I just have to show her broken wrist? I think that was it.
I got it!
There was, when we played Ace Attorney, the final case in that game, it was like a bonus one. That one was so long. It was like as long as the entire game. Okay. Now this is one where I have to switch bullets, right?
When the fighting broke out, the culprit grabbed the sword.
It was the sheath,
and that's when the first blow was dealt. A sword-based sneak attack.
I think it was the first one.
That's
yeah, good. Okay, if you wanted to use a sword, which part of your body? It was her palms, we could tell.
I got it!
Because it didn't have gold on it. And there's a certain... How many cases... I guess maybe you don't want to tell me because that might be a spoiler, but I imagine there's like maybe like one per day or something. The water was off.
I got it!
I'm not sure when I can do a save. Can I just pause it at any time? I can't go to the menu right now.
I got it!
Hey, you made it, Arvo. How's it going? We're going to be wrapping up after this case, but it's good to see you, dude. I unfortunately screwed up and got through this entire case and failed at the end, so I'm speed running it to get to the end of the case again.
It's easy just to say, hey, decide, but there just aren't any more clues, right?
Very well. Then let's review all the clues.
Do we really have to die if we don't do something?
I think it's that first one I have to do. How you been, Arvo?
It's
What's
easy
new?
just to
Any
say,
plans
hey,
for Easter?
Decide who did it, but there just aren't any more clues, right?
No, that's wrong.
I like it how it was the killer saying, there's just no more clues, right? How wrong you are, Leon. Left index finger?
I got it!
Yeah, nerd, we actually were pretty on point for most of it. Like, I don't think I had too many big mistakes the first time through.
Here's my answer.
Just gonna chill, Arvo? That's sounds like a fantastic
The key to solving
day.
this mystery was simply to...
And that's true. When you know Cantel, you notice a lot more things you didn't notice the first time through.
I'm the kid.
Okay, the thing we found on the ground in front of the incinerator was the clothing. I bet you could speedrun this game pretty quick with this ability. It was how it was disposed of.
I got it!
I like that. A murder a day keeps Monokuma away.
the key to the whoever was on cleaning duty must have
So the only one, the person in charge.
And you'd have to get close to the incinerator in order to just.
I had to think about that one again.
No, that's wrong.
You did not have to get close. What's funny is he's just so guilty. Can't we all just like... We all think it's him, right? It's just a collective vote. Not 100% is needed.
I got it!
And he threw the crystal ball to break it. Or to turn on the incinerator. Ultimate fanfic creator. Wait, is it my imagination or did it update how these things are listed? Like I could have sworn Baseball Star was the third option in the first time we played through it. Now it's the first option. I wonder if they do that to like screw people up. Closing argument. I think I do need to have another look at this. Oh no, this is the case. This is the comic strip. That's right. Okay, how quickly can we do this? Started off with this. Then it was his back towards the sword, right? This one. Then he blocks, he attacks, hits her wrist, and this is the one I screwed up the first time. It's actually this one. And then she's hiding. He unscrews the door. She gets stabbed. This is when she writes the note. This one right here. The order is random. That's kind of cool. It makes speedrunning a little bit more difficult, not just muscle memory. Okay, he leaves. He grabs the lint roller. Oops. Then he throws the ball first, so it's this one. Then he tosses in the clothes. And then at the end, the evidence.
Here's exactly what happened.
Got it. I think we nailed it. You know, to do a game like this and translate it, they do a pretty good job of, you know, going from Japanese to this and having everything make sense and have nuance and stuff. Like, that's got to be really tricky. Because so much of the language and how people act is really important to, like, sell it, I guess. $2 hours to 10 minutes? Wow! So, like, I guess a normal playthrough for me will probably take, like, 20-something hours. But a speed run, like a proper speed run of the game, you could probably knock out the whole game in, like, 40, 45 minutes or something. Assuming there's no glitches, you know. A glitchless run would probably be, like, 40, 45 minutes. Maybe even quicker than that, actually. If this entire trial is 2 minutes, maybe you could do it in like less than 30. Oh yeah, so when do I get to save it? Maybe when we're in the tutorial screen? I love that they have that continue option, thank goodness. The game could be really mean and just like make you start over every time you fail. Okay, we're almost there.
Isn't that right?
Leon.
It would appear that he...
Okay, I'm gonna read this one more time. Now that I still don't understand how it works. Sometimes during a class trial, your opponent simply won't want to hear what you have to say. When this happens, you will engage them in a head-to-head battle. Let's skip some of this. During it, you want to destroy your opponent's statement in time with a rhythm. Match your button presses with each tempo marker. See, when they first described that, I thought I had to like pick the statements to destroy, but that's not the case at all. Like I'm not selecting particular ones. Match your button presses with each tempo marker as they move across the screen. Press the A button locks on. So that's what I was doing my first time. I kept locking on. I wasn't actually destroying anything. A to lock on. Destroy statements with Y as the tempo marker reaches the center. So A, you do not have to press in line with the tempo. Just Y, you have to press in line with the tempo. Use this method to deal damage to your opponent. If you can't pull it off, you'll be the one in pain. Yeah, I was in pain for sure. And Krem, when it comes to games, you usually have the games on English dub if it's in Japanese, but in anime, you prefer the original voices. I wonder why, the difference, Krem. Yeah, Chris Redfield, my guess. Oh, they both have to be with the tempo, okay. Do this consecutively and you'll start a combo. Keep this going and you'll initiate a tempo up. 38 minutes. Oh, I was really close when I said 40 minutes, nerd. Dang, not too bad. And then, of course, when you do it successfully, it gets faster and faster. Okay, A first, then Y. And then I guess I have to both, this is tricky, pay attention to the bottom of the screen and the top and wait for one to be destroyed, because then I know I have to press A again, I believe. And then when their weak spot appears, then you just press Y to shoot it. And in games, not all voice lines have subtitles, so you'd want to know what they're saying. True. True. Refute their statement fast enough and you'll come out victorious. All right, I think we got it, maybe. A to lock on, Y to destroy. When do I save it? I don't think I ever got a chance to save it.
Where's your proof? You kidding me? Not a chance. It wasn't me. Stupid. You lost.
So these are all breaking with one shot.
Shut up. Where's your proof? You kidding me? Not a chance.
You can even do it when there's nothing on the screen.
You lie. Shut up.
As far as I can tell.
Where's your proof? You
I don't
kidding me?
think it hurts me
Not
by
a
destroying
chance.
nothing.
It wasn't me.
I just like to keep doing it so I don't take a break.
You lie. Stop talking. Shut up. Where's your proof?
And you keep your tempo going up even higher.
You kidding
Combo.
me? Where's your proof?
This should prove it.
It's so much easier when you get that last little bit. Oh my goodness. I'm so sorry, guys. I was
Screws on
totally
the
dumb
bathroom
on that.
doorknob were removed.
And Sheila, you prefer to have anything dubbed because the ADHD brain makes it hard to pay attention to subtitles. Oh, that totally makes sense. Yeah. Sometimes when I have subtitles on something I can hear perfectly fine, it drives me crazy also when the voice doesn't match the dialogue. It just depends. Frost, how you doing, Frost? Welcome. And your ADHD makes it hard to pay attention to the audio. It's funny. Totally opposite problem. And the screws on the bathroom doorknob were removed.
I wonder what kind of tool the killer used to remove that.
I mean, their screwdriver from their room?
I mean, it had to be a screwdriver, right?
Or it could be ours, I guess.
Oh yeah, I'm pretty sure the toolkits we got each had one inside.
And that must be what he used. There aren't any other tools anywhere.
But the toolkit in my room had clearly never been used.
So we should check his toolkit.
That's because the culprit didn't know it was your room. They thought they were in Sayaka's room.
Only the boys got toolkits, so the killer naturally assumed there wouldn't be one in there.
Okay, then whose toolkit did the killer use?
Stupid, stupid, stupid!
I want to see somebody in like a real trial. That's just how they react to everything. Stupid, stupid, stupid.
It had to be their very own toolkit.
Stupid, 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 stupid!
Leon, brilliant defense. I don't know how you can refute that.
Leon, would you mind showing us your toolkit? If I'm right about this, then the screwdriver will show some evidence of being used.
It's going to have gold on it from the sword.
Stupid, stupid, stupid!
Huh? And if you say you used it for something else, you'll have to explain exactly when, where, and why.
And let me say this right now. I lost it isn't an excuse at this point.
Right? Can't tell? Just never stops. Just never stops.
Stupid. Stupid.
He's starting to run out of the word. That's awesome.
So, you have no rebuttal?
Then it would seem we are finished here.
That face, oh my goodness. Hey, we got an A after getting an F. And totally failing. Although we probably got a pretty good rank as far as speed, right? I'm guessing I could have gotten 1,000, but there was one of them I screwed up when I was trying to speedrun it. I got 79 of those things? I've only collected like 3. That's awesome. Now we can buy all the presents.
Looks like you've reached your verdict. Then are we ready to cast our votes? You all have a lever in front of you. Use it to make your selection.
Ooh, is this ever going to be kind of like Among Us where you have like split votes and stuff? Or is it always going to be 100%?
Oh, just to remind you all.
Right? Can't tell 100%. Got them all right.
Make triple sure you vote for someone. You wouldn't want to be punished for something so minor, right? Okay, then let's get excited!
So I guess there's an option to just not vote at all. Just like hold your vote.
Who will be chosen as the blackened? Will you make the right choice or the dreadfully wrong one? What's it gonna be? What's it gonna be?
Hey, it looks like Monopoly. I like that. Everybody voted Leon. That's really cool. I didn't actually get to pick a vote, but it was obvious. Looks like you got it right on the money. The blackened in this case, the one that killed Sayaka, was none other than Leon Kuwata. Stupid, stupid, stupid!
Huh? Hey, hold on.
Leon? Leon, did you really kill Sayaka?
But...
I don't believe it. Were we not there for the trial? This is like a closed and shut case.
You son of a bitch!
What the hell is wrong with you?
I didn't have a choice.
It was self-defense. You still killed her. It was kill or be killed.
So that's why...
That's why I killed her first.
None of you are any different!
One wrong step and you'd be the one standing here. It was a complete chance that I wound up like this.
I was just... unlucky. That's all.
Hey, come on!
You expect me just to accept my death? Everything's become clear. Well, I guess it started as self-defense. Yeah, he could have run at that point. True, true. Once you broke her arm, you could have left. Yeah. Then it just went overboard. Escalated so quickly. So the decision we made was right after all. But when I think about that, honestly, I'd be better off if we'd been wrong. Because if we came up with what really is the truth, then that truth is Sayaka was trying to frame me. But even if that's true, I can't say she was wrong. After all, the mastermind, it's all because of that video. It's the bear's fault. Even I couldn't handle what I saw in there. Yeah, she walked into my knife. And definitely Springy, very much kill or be killed. If I was her and the video actually had something to do with me, I can't even imagine. Now we're trapped in here with no way out. They're probably waiting for me.
Why?
I can't afford to be stuck in here. She was in a rush to get out to help people. The one thing that was more important to her than anything else, her dreams, her friends. To have to see something like that happen to them. And Sayaka. I did whatever it took to reach that dream. I mean it. Even some things that weren't so pleasant. I remember that. 100% relentless, right? To make an omelet, you gotta crack some eggs. And that's why Sayaka, for the friends that meant so much to her, that's why she betrayed me. So when she said,
No matter what happens, please always be there for me. I need you on my side.
and she was using us. She was lying to me from the very beginning. She was using me. Is that why she talked to me in the first place? That's a sad realization, but quite possibly. I guess I'll never know. Because there's nothing I can do to ask what she was thinking. Once you're dead, that's that. To make it omelet, you gotta break a few wrists. Boy howdy, the entertainment industry must sure be terrifying, huh? I mean, to try and kill someone just because of those relationships.
Ba-bum, ba-bum.
She seems so nice and lovely on the outside, but inside, she descended into pure madness. What did you say?
Phew.
I understand. I really do. Yup. You're in utter despair thanks to Sayaka's betrayal, right? Compassion, intimacy, love. The stronger those feelings, the stronger the despair when they collapse. Stop screwing with us. This is all your fault. Sayaka being forced to do something like that. All of it. Everything. It's all your fault. Suddenly in a frenzy, I lunged at Monokuma. Don't do it! You cannot attack him or you get killed. But...
That's enough.
Thank you, Kyoko. Yeah, nice shirt, Relentless. As angry as I was, Kyoko latched onto my arm without hesitation. Her grip was like iron, strong enough I was sure it would leave a bruise.
Calm down.
You know, I actually did that once. There was one time, just think of that iron grip. I was out drinking with some friends, and our night was pretty much over. We were walking back to the car, and there was just some kids sitting on the sidewalk, and they just said some nasty stuff to us. And my friend, who's a big dude, wanted to just turn around and wreck them. And he immediately started to like turn around because he was going to start a fight. I just gripped onto my buddy's arm and just kept dragging him. And with the force that I gripped him, he was like kind of shocked and said, "Whoa, all right, like we'll keep on walking." It's like, dude, I don't want you to go to jail tonight. I don't want anyone to get hurt. Let's just go the hell home. So I feel that. If you really want to make her enemies pay for what they've done, you need to let it go for now. Damn it.
Ba-bum, ba-bum.
Ah, that was a close one. I thought for sure you were going to give me a good walloping, like he's trying to instigate it. Just barely avoided punishment, you did.
Yes, indeed.
I loved his claws. Now then, since you were so magnificently revealed the identity of the killer during the class trial, the blackened Leon Kuwata will receive his punishment.
Punishment?
I actually don't know exactly they do to them.
You mean execution?
Oh, yeah.
Wait a second!
I didn't have a choice. I had to kill her.
Yeah, that's it.
I was just protecting myself in the heat of the moment. It was self-defense.
Is that okay?
How exactly was it self-defense? Yeah, only part of that. I would say breaking her wrist was self-defense. After that, she was running away. It was all on you. Although you should have then told everybody about it, right? Man, you are on top of those quotes. You're getting great random quotes, Michael. Yeah, so when you force your way into the bathroom, did you or did you not use your very own toolkit? After she'd shut herself in the bathroom, you went out of your way to head back to your own room. Then you came all the way back, broke into the bathroom, and killed her. Am I wrong?
Do you understand?
You had any number of chances to stop what you were doing, but you chose not to. Is it not because you had an unclouded intent to commit murder?
So, that's why...
No, that's not... Stop it. I've had enough of this.
Oh.
Oh, are you sure? You were closer to her than anyone, were you not? He killed your precious Sayaka. Do you understand? I can't say Leon is solely to blame. Of course, I don't plan on blaming Sayaka either. Because no one, or the one to blame, is him.
Huh?
Huh? If it weren't for you, this never would have happened to Sayaka or Leon. We shouldn't be fighting each other. We should be fighting against the one who put us in this situation, the mastermind.
Unbelievable.
Uh-oh. Did you awaken your sense of justice?
Hey,
Well, it just so happens that there's nothing more unethical than the unwavering sense of justice. After all, it's people with that sort of mentality that perpetrate war all over the world. Is that the kind of justice that's awakened within you? Just shut up. Okay, well, more importantly, just hurry up and get to what everyone's been waiting for, the punishment. Oh gosh, that's a very applicable quote, but probably not for this one.
I'm begging you, please, don't do this.
Hey, come on now.
No more begging, no more excuses. You must pay the penalty for breaking the rules. Society demands it.
Stop, please.
It is totally punishment time, but what is it?
Now then, I've prepared a very special punishment.
For Leon Kuwata, the ultimate baseball star. Oh, is it going to be a unique punishment depending on the player or the character?
No.
Let's give it everything we've got. It's punishment time.
Sounds so fun.
No!
But it's not. Oh, you get a cutscene. Leon has been found guilty. It's time for the punishment. Oh, I love that retro style thing. Oh, he's getting like locked up in something. He just got pulled by the throat. Holy cow. It looks like a baseball stadium or baseball field. He's gonna get killed by a pitching machine? That's pretty brutal. And we all have to watch it? Oh, is he hitting the balls? Oh my gosh. That's messed up. I mean, yeah, that would eventually kill you. How fast are those balls being pitched? Oh my gosh. What's gonna be left of this guy? Looked like it just shot out like 1,000 balls. Very artistic. That's pretty neat. They might not show us the real aftermath, but you can imagine what it looks like. Everyone's reaction. Oh my god. Krem, he died by what he loved. Balls. Nice. What we saw, that was the true face of despair. I mean, if we can't call it that, what else could we call it?
Extreme!
Man, my adrenaline is pumping out of control. That goes really well with the balls quote, Michael. Oh my gosh. Oh, what's going on?
I can't take it.
Do we really have to keep doing this? I just can't take it.
Well?
Hey, if you don't like it, all you gotta do is swear to cut all ties with the outside world and accept living here forever. But that's only if every single one of you can get on board with that. Because otherwise people will be murdering you and they can get out.
Damn you!
Man, you. Why the are you doing all this evil shit to us?
What the heck?
Evil? You make it sound like I'm some dark, awful secret society type guy.
Say what?
Or in this case, some dark, awful secret society type of bear.
Well...
Why are you putting an upstanding young citizen like me through such a grueling ordeal?
Hey,
Now I can see, Sheila. Yeah, that's going to be used quite a bit. It seems like you're trying to use common sense to make sense of something that doesn't make sense. That was hard to read. Say sense one more time. That's like trying to put on put a mile on a scale. I just don't think it's possible. Hey, I don't know what you're trying to say, but I'm saying quite fit together.
Shit.
You piece of shit. I don't know who you are, but I'm gonna pound your ass into the ground. You must really hate me to get so angry, huh? But if you do that, you're barking way up the wrong tree. What happened because more than one of you decided you wanted to get out, right? No matter how much time passes, you can't cut free of your regrets from the outside world. You're to blame. I think animes are like that in general, because oftentimes animes have to be, and like we were talking about earlier, produced at such a quick rate, especially when they're keeping up with the manga or whatever. You gotta reuse some animation and frames from time to time. Of course we can't cut free of the outside world, being trapped in this insane place. You're trapped, are you? Well, I'm sure once you learn all the mysteries of this school, your thinking will change for sure. You'll think, boy, isn't it so wonderful we all get to live here forever?
What does this mean?
What are you trying to say?
Hey.
I feel like there's a deeper meaning hidden in there. Just like before.
Thrills, chills, kills!
He says, anyway, let's get back to the Blackened's punishment. That's what everyone is waiting for, after all. Everyone is waiting for? That makes me think this is like a televised show.
Hey.
There are cameras everywhere. When you say everyone, who exactly are you referring to? Sorry, I said everything I've got to say. I need to save some of the fun for later. Those cartoon sounds. Yep, 100% Shirley, that makes sense. And just like that, he was gone. He left us there, overwhelmed by a nightmare turned reality. Dang, yep. Stuff's hitting the fan now, Relentless. And then you bring out the other balls quote, Relentless. Perfect. Even after he was gone, we stood there forever, unable to move. Actually, no. It wasn't that long, I think. Everyone just lost their sense of time. We were all too scared. Scared of being alone. Everyone has to give their, quintessential grunting sounds. No one even tried to speak. Their faces were stone, their voices dead. But it was in that moment.
Just a second.
Makoto, can I talk to you for a second? She moved in close and whispered into my ear.
Makoto.
Before we head back, there's something I want to talk to you about. Oh, you're going to invite me to your room? Yeah? Yeah? It's about Sayaka, isn't it? I'm surprised you figured it out.
Listen.
I told you before the class trial started. You had to figure out the mystery of this case yourself. You wanted me to realize how Sayaka betrayed me by myself, didn't you? The thought never even crossed my mind. I feel like such a fool, becoming such an easy target like that.
It's true.
Sayaka meant to double-cross you. That's a fact that you can never change. But even till the very end, she wasn't sure of her decision. That's why. As she lay dying, she was thinking of you. She was thinking of me? You can't just say something like that. I mean, there's no way you can know that. Only Sayaka would know for sure, and we can't ask her now.
However...
Even if you can't ask her, you can infer it, don't you think? Her final thought? How she could protect you. What?
So...
The fact that she used her last ounce of energy to leave her dying message proves it. If she didn't care what happened to you, she never would have left that message. Well, maybe she just wanted to get back at the person who killed her. That's what I assumed. I thought it was just revenge at that point. Yeah, it could be a live stream on Twitch. Yeah, Monokuma.
Certainly.
That's certainly one possibility. But I don't think that's what it was.
Anyway...
She was uncertain. She wasn't sure she could kill someone or deceive you, which is why her plan failed. Her hesitation attracted failure.
Right.
It's almost ironic when you think about it. You assume the same thing, Relentless? Yeah. Once you're betrayed like that, you don't want to think of the good side of them. Why are you telling me all this?
Because you're the kind of person who can overcome this. Because you can move past the deaths of your friends, Sayaka and Leon, and keep moving forward.
Correct.
Without someone like that, the others would never be able to break free of such a desperate situation.
Move past their deaths? I could never do that. No. I'm going to carry them with me the rest of my life. How could I possibly move past something like that? Leon, Sayaka, I'll carry them with me forever. I'll carry their memories with me wherever I go.
So, instead of forgetting them, you're choosing the hard road. Well, I have high expectations for you.
As she said that, she revealed the smallest smile.
Hey.
By the way, I have to admit, I'm curious. How did you know I wanted to talk to you about Sayaka?
Well, I'm psychic. Oh god, we're going to use her line?
What?
Huh? Kidding. Just have pretty good intuition. Ah, it came full circle. I see what you did there, writers. Yeah, I didn't get the best vibes from Leon either, Frost. I tried to talk with him once, when you can give gifts and stuff. I didn't get the best vibes off him. I didn't think he was evil, but no. Not the best vibes. Now we properly finished chapter 1. Surviving students. Yeah, we already lost 3. Oh my gosh. To be continued. Most people are like, nah, it's fine. Hey, we got his despair bat. That's kind of morbid. Do you want to save? Yes, I do. Now, is all of that completely story-based, or does any of that change depending on the situations that you have put yourself into? Like, could I have done anything differently where different characters died? Maybe one less character died, or was that all going to happen based on the plot? Let's see. How is it doing this? I think this is our oldest one. Yeah. It was all story-based. Okay. Oh, it's nighttime. Okay, well, that's actually the perfect time to wrap things up, guys. We just started chapter 2, nighttime, and it's got some creepy music. I don't like it. I don't know what we're going to experience right when we start on Tuesday, but I'm very curious. What a cool game. That, besides me screwing up that last section, that was a really fun stream. That was a little bit frustrating having to redo all that. But otherwise, now that I understand that rhythm game at the end, that was really fun, actually. There's very little that you can actually change. I'm guessing the game pretty much follows a pretty set of story, I guess. Maybe some